Thailand has been facing an education crisis that did not happen overnight, but over 20 years. And today, it is going to affect the future of Thai students. Thailand's PISA score has dropped to its lowest level in 2 decades, ranking 63rd out of 81 countries globally, and 5th in ASEAN, behind Singapore, Vietnam, Brunei, and Malaysia. Is Thailand ready to include AI in classrooms? Is this a sign of lack of confidence in the education system? The answer is that our voices will rise to the change. See you at the point of no return, Thai education in ASEAN's unforgiving race. Live on Facebook and YouTube, The Nation, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.
สวัสดีครับผมนายชยากรครับอยู่ชั้นมัธยมศึกษาปีที่6ครับเป็นเยาวชนสุพรรณนิมิตรครับผมครับสำหรับปัญหาด้านการศึกษาของชุมชนผมนะครับผมมองว่ายังมองไม่เห็นปัญหาถึงเด็กแต่ละคนเพราะว่าเด็กแต่ละคนเก่งไม่เหมือนกันครับเช่นเด็กคนนี้อาจจะไม่ได้เก่งเลขอาจจะเก่งไปทางศิลปะเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็ต้องมองให้ว่าต้องแก้ให้ถูกจุดว่าเขาทำไมถึงเป็นอย่างนั้นและช่วยผลักดันเขาในจุดนั้นครับปัญหาใหญ่ๆคือการอบรมสั่งสอนครับเพราะว่าเด็กสมัยนี้เขาจะติดโซเชียลติดอะไรต่างๆและจนไม่ถึงตั้งใจเรียนครับฝากถึงผู้ใหญ่ใจดีหรือหน่วยงานต่างๆนะครับว่าท่านมีวิธีหรืออะไรที่ช่วยสำหรับนักเรียนที่เรียนไปด้วยและทำงานไปด้วยท่านมีวิธีที่จะช่วยพวกผมในด้านนี้ยังไงครับก็ขอฝากท่านทั้งหลายด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
สวัสดีค่ะหนูชื่อนิ้งค่ะเป็นแกนนำเยาวชนสุพรรณนิมิตรโครงการมือของหลวงจังหวัดบึงกาฬค่ะในชุมชนของหนูนะคะคือเรื่องการศึกษานะคะก็จะมีปัญหาเรื่องเด็กที่พ่อแม่ไม่มีคุณทรัพย์ในการส่งเรียนค่ะได้รับสิทธิ์เรียนฟรีถึง15 ปีนะคะแต่ก็ยังขาดคุณทรัพย์ในการซื้อขนมค่าเดินทางหรือค่าอาหารต่างๆที่อยากกินภายนอกค่ะสิ้นสุดการที่เขาให้โอกาสเราแล้วในการศึกษานะคะเราก็ต้องออกไปหางานทำค่ะซึ่งทางชุมชนของหนูนะคะส่วนมากเลยค่ะก็ให้ลูกหรือให้หลานนะคะออกไปหางานทำค่ะเพราะว่าไม่มีคุณทรัพย์ซึ่งตัวหนูเองนะคะก็อยากให้เด็กทุกคนนะคะได้รับโอกาสในการศึกษาในการเล่าเรียนสูงๆเท่าที่เขาจะเรียนได้ค่ะถ้าเกิดชุมชนหนูมีปัญหาอย่างนี้ที่หนูเล่ามานะคะเราเรียนฟรีไปถึง15 ปีแล้วค่ะถ้าเกิดเราอยากเรียนต่อแบบนี้ค่ะหนูอยากรู้ว่าพวกพี่จะช่วยหนูได้อย่างไรบ้างคะในการเข้าถึงการศึกษาค่ะเพราะว่าบางครอบครัวเขาก็ไม่มีคุณทรัพย์ในการส่งลูกบุตรหลานเรียนต่อในปริญญาตรีค่ะค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะ
เจริญก็จะกระจุกอยู่แค่กรุงเทพเด็กต่างจังหวัดมันก็จะเข้าไม่ถึงอะไรแบบนี้ถึงแม้ว่ามันจะมีแบบท็อป5ท็อป3แบบตามภูมิภาคอะไรแบบนี้ค่ะแต่ว่ามันก็ยังสู้การศึกษาที่กรุงเทพไม่ได้คือไม่อยากให้ถึง10 ปีอยากให้แบบปีหน้าหรือว่าอีกแค่3 ปีข้างหน้าอย่างเงี้ยค่ะอยากให้เกิดการเปลี่ยนแปลง
เพราะบางทีแบบมันเหลื่อมล้ำไปนิดนึงมันจะมีแบบบางคนเขาไม่ได้มีทุนมีอะไรมากค่ะเดี๋ยวมีแบบสอบแบบหลายอย่างค่ะมันก็แบบบางคนก็ไม่มีทุนอะไรมากมันก็ค่อนข้างจะแบบเหลื่อมล้ำอะไรเงี้ย
โรงเรียนประจำจังหวัดจะมีหลักสูตรที่ดีกว่าโรงเรียนที่เป็นในอำเภอและตัวหนูเองเป็นคนที่เรียนในอำเภอมันจะมีปัญหาเรื่องหลักสูตรค่อนข้างมากโรงเรียนในอำเภอมันไม่เข้มข้นเท่าโรงเรียนประจำจังหวัดเลยใช่เหมือนแบบเขาบอกว่าหลักสูตรเรียนที่ไหนก็เหมือนกันอย่างเงี้ยหรือว่ามันไม่ใช่
I think Thailand is just so influential that so many people from other countries want to come open schools in Thailand because just of how beneficial like everything is. Students want to learn. There's place to set up grounds for school. There's facilities. There's opportunities. I think the reason why international schools have come to open in Thailand because there's just so much opportunities and everything is just so right in Thailand.
Can you hear me now? All right. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, media representative, and everyone joining us today, especially audience from the Nation Facebook and YouTube. So this is a wonderful evening that I'm Dr. Thirathon Tharachai, that I have a chance to be moderator for today's sessions. And definitely today's sessions, we're going to talk about one of the most interesting and like the problems that people think is the part of the key questions and probably the answers of Thailand going forward, which is education. So today we have the Nation Visionary Club, and today's sessions, the topics beyond the classroom, Thai educations beyond borders. All right. So you already see the VTR. So that's the voice from the next generations. And all of these people in the rooms already passed our generations of, we've been through the education systems. And we've been discussing the education problems from since I was born, right? So do you believe that this is the very interesting topics? When we discussed that among the regions, Thailand is already one of the best country that has the potential to be the next whatever, since my age, the fifth tiger, the sixth tiger, the seventh tiger, whatever. But in the end, how we can actually transform the vision into the reality that every people in Thailand can perform. So we've been discussing about, is it the structural problems? Is it the policy problems? Is it the world's changing too fast? Is it our react too late? And we have a lot of people, including people in the rooms, discussing the possibilities of changing this from policymakers, from government sectors, from public school, private school, and every one of us. So I believe that today's session can propose certain ideas that we developed today and probably come up with solutions, perspective, actionable policies that any administration can utilize for the prosperity of our country. All right, before we dive into our fruitful discussion, which is gonna take half a day, right, bear with me, right? It's gonna be my absolute honor to invite Kun Oraon Akraseni, Managing Director, to deliver the welcome speech for today. Please welcome Kun Oraon.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and guests. Welcome to the second edition of the Nation Roundtable, where we come together not only to confront challenges but to imagine better futures. Today we turn to one of Thailand's most defining issue, which obviously is education. For generations, our system has nurtured capable, creative young people, but it also revealed that inequalities continue to shape our society, gaps in resources, in opportunity, and in the futures available to our children. But looking beyond the classroom also means looking beyond limitations. It means daring to ask how we can build an education system that is fairer, more modern, more inclusive, one that gives every child in every province the chance to thrive. It may feel daunting, even impossible, but personally, I always believe that if there is a genuine will, there will always be a way forward. The path ahead is not simple, but it is full of possibility, and conversations like today's remind us that change is not only necessary, but it is within reach. So thank you our sponsors, CP Group, Muang Thai Insurance, the Mall Group, MFEC, and Bangkok Expressway and Metro. And thank you all for joining us as we explore how Thailand's education system can evolve and how together we can create a future where every learner has a chance to shine. Thank you so much, Ka.
Thank you, Kun Oraon. So besides that, with me today, I have a panel of experts, right, from policymakers, academics, public and private sectors. Let me start with the first panelist today, Dr. Kandi Leopairod from Democrat Party. Next, I have Dr. Jom Hattaya Sanit Pongsathien, Head of National Education Policies and Planning Divisions, Bureau of Education Policy and Training, Office of the Education Council, Ministry of Education. That's from government sector. And we also have Professor Dr. Parishat Sathapitanon, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University. All right. And I know that you have to leave early today, right? So that means you have to talk a lot in the first session. All right. And next we have Dr. Aditep Sakho, Acting President of Stanford International University. สวัสดีครับอาจารย์ Next, we have Associate Professor Dr. Komsan Malisi, President of King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lad Krabang. So besides professor and teachers, we do have Kun Krai Satarak from Chulalongkorn University, which is going to represent from student point of view. That's going to be very interesting. And next we have Kun Parit Vacharasin from People Party. And we have Kun Nisanat Thamma Kesi Ratana, Director of American School of Bangkok, Green Valley Campus. And Mr. Hatanto Kunawan, Director of Community Learning Center. And then next we have Kun Parinya Siri Yo Hyung from, I believe from Suphanimit, right? Thammasat University. And we have Dr. Krayot from, Dr. Krayot Patrawat, Managing Director of the Equitable Education Funds, right, who also have to leave early to New Zealand, as far as I know. So definitely, we have wonderful panelists here who could discuss everything from Thailand existing structures, going forward, governing policymaker, public school, private school, and university. So the first round, we're going to start with what would you think is the problems of the Thai education center, education system? All right, so that's our first round. Then I have a lot of people here. So probably, since we already start with VTR from the students, so why don't we actually start from 2 students in the room? Anything you'd like to add? So from the people who are already in the education system right now, what would you think of is the problems? Maybe start with Kun Krai.
Hello everyone, my name is Krai. I'm currently an undergrad student from Chulalongkorn Business School. So based on my point of view, one of the most challenging of the Thai education system may align on the outdated curriculum systems, because most of the curriculum system would be focused on the academic life. But at the end of the day, students has more than just the in-class of the room life. Does the system support students for new opportunities to explore themselves? Because as the VDR mentions, that students have different abilities and core strengths, but most of the education system in Thailand only focus on like the science or like engineering or the STEM. But at the end of the day, some of the students may be good at music, art, or maybe want to be athletes. But at the end of the day, the career path or even the education system only focus to them to be bounded to be just doctor or engineer so you can be successful in life. But at the end of the day, there's more opportunities that Thai education system can support the system. So I would say the curriculum is outdated and the system doesn't support every opportunities for students.
So we got the first point that, so Kun Krai believe that the current system doesn't really reflects what the student is looking. Am I right? So Go ahead.
Yes,
Can
so maybe like the system should focus more for like giving opportunities for students to explore themselves
I see.
more.
I see. So how about on this side? Do you agree? So you have anything to add in terms of what's the problems of current education system in Thailand, as you know?
ค่ะหนูก็คิดว่าหลักสูตรที่ในโรงเรียนหนูมันก็ค่อนข้างที่จะจำกัดค่ะเหมือนกับว่าหลักสูตรที่โรงเรียนหนูเขาไม่ได้สอนให้เด็กตั้งคำถามเขาสอนแค่ให้เด็กตอบคำถามเหมือนเขามีคำถามมาแล้วให้เด็กตอบแค่นั้นใช่เขาไม่ได้เปิดกว้างพอที่จะถามว่าเด็กต้องการอะไรจริงๆใช่ค่ะแล้วก็หลักสูตรส่วนมากอ่ะหนูคิดว่ามันเรียนเพื่อที่จะให้เราจำแล้วเอาไปสอบเขาไม่ได้สอนว่าชีวิตจริงที่เราต้องเจอค่ะมันค่อนข้างที่จะแตกต่างจากบทเรียนที่เราเรียนค่ะคือบางวิชามันก็จำเป็นที่จะท่องจำจริงๆอย่างเช่นหนูเรียนพยาบาลมันก็จะมีวิชาเฉพาะทางที่เราต้องจำจริงๆแต่มันก็จะมีทักษะบางอย่างที่นอกเหนือจากหลักสูตรที่เราควรได้เรียนรู้ในการใช้ชีวิตในชีวิตจริงแล้วก็การทำงานในอนาคตค่ะ
So you're saying that the current Thai education system focus on remembering certain things that people believe is going to answer your questions in the future, but you think that is not enough. And so is that what you're saying right now? So am I cover? อันนี้ผม cover ครบปะครับว่าเราอาจจะไม่ได้ใช้เราต้องจำไปตอบบางอย่างอาจจะไม่ได้ใช้ so it's basically some skills that you use in the future might not be covered in the classroom, right? ครับ so since I'm gonna pass to คุณไกรยศพัทรวาท since you involved in the education system around Thailand, so reflecting what you see on the VTR and these wonderful gentlemen and ladies are saying, is that what you see in any other place around the country?
Thank you for inviting us and thank you for the sponsor that made it happen. So from Equitable Education Fund point of view, we prepare some data, some slides for you to share. I think I will start with about the intention of the government of Thailand to make education free. We have been trying for this free education for almost 2 decades. But you can see that from this diagram that since post-COVID-19, we are in the years that the numbers of poor students emerge in Thai education system on the rise again. It was on a very sharp risen during the COVID-19, drop a bit, but then start to increase again. And then when you see about the free education policy, when we survey, we still see that the household expenditure still exists in these education categories. And when you see the bottom 10 decile, the first 10% of the poorest population in Thailand, they pay about 10,000 baht per year, every year that we have the survey. But when you can see the other side of the slide, that the top 10% of the population spend about 7.5 times more than the bottom 10%. So this figure represents a number of inequality. The first inequality is that education is not yet free. To the demand side, to the household, is not yet free. Then when people have ability to pay, they pay more. They pay more, especially on education for their own child, because it's the most important thing in their household. So then we have another inequality. So this is a two-dimensional inequality that happened in Thai education system. And that is something we should, find the conclusion anytime soon. The other thing is about what you mentioned about quality. Quality, if you look at the PISA, it doesn't mean that we don't have top tier on the right-hand side, that we have top world-class students. Every time when we all enter the technical Olympic or scholarship Olympic in terms of math, science and anything, we always have gold medal or silver medal back from the international arena. But on the left-hand side, we have another 2/3. The whole 2/3 of the population fall from the OECD standard. So this is another issue about inequality in terms of learning. So if we could, in the next century or 100 years since you talked about vision, if we can solve these two types of inequality on the access and on the learning outcome, that would be wonderful for all of us. But I think it's time for us to find a systematic and proper way. And I will end with this last slide that I would like to mention, that we talked about education. This is 300 years of education in Thailand, 300 years. If you talked about 20 centuries, we talked about the first ever Education Act. We talked about the first ever curriculum, which is starting with the teacher center version. We talked about education for degrees, the mass production of degrees. We talked about education with equal amount of money to everyone. That's called equity. And lastly, we talked about free education for the first time in the last century. Now, when we talked about the current century, we start to change from teacher center into student center. We start to change from education for degree into education for work, for the future of work. And now we start to decentralize from Ministry of Education doing most of the thing at the center into putting education district and decentralization. We now talked about free 15 years of education, not just conceptualized of the free education like in the last century. And lastly, we talked about free tablets or free instrument of learning. And when you look into the next century, should we talk about what is education for? What is the relevance of human education, human learning? Because we're going to have AI or AGI or super intelligent in the near future. We're going to have brain-computer interface. We have a quantum computer, which is far more powerful than our brain. So what should be free in the next century? What should be the meaning or definition of education? And do we still need Education Act? And what for? Or what kind of curriculum? We stop talking about memorization or anything more than that. But what is the curriculum for the future? So this is just the food for thought that I would like to leave, that when you talk about contemporary issue of the education at EEF, we review the past, we review the future, and this is something that we highly recommend the Thai society to discuss about it. So we have learned in the past to plan for the future for equitable education. Thank you.
That's a very short comments, but very dense contents that you mentioned. So it's not only the quality or something that doesn't match what students are looking for and teacher. So Dr. Grayot also mentioned that there's academic, there's inequality, there's teaching center, there's a degree mismatch between degrees and what really want in the employment, and also the broader aspect. I have one quick question to Mr. Hartanto. Since you are the one in this panel which is not Thai, and we not only talk about education only doesn't change only in Thailand, but it changes also in everywhere in the world. So you've been listening that we have these problems in Thailand. Are you saying this? Are you seeing this in any other parts of the world as well?
Well, thank you very much. So my community learning center is to help the young girls from human trafficking, domestic abuse or violence. And we have been doing it for more than 20 years with the help of America. And I've been living here in Thailand for almost 30 years. And I can see the difference before and after in Thailand. Before, Thailand is a land of smile. But I don't see any smile nowadays in Thailand. If you look at on the street, people fighting each other on the street. People fighting each other in the family. So I see the problem in education like all problems in the world. I teach in America a lot, from New York Police Department all the way to Georgetown University, University of Richmond, Case Western Reserve, all the way to Bronx High School, elementary school. The problem in the US is mental illnesses, mental health. So now it's coming here in Thailand, mental health, mental suffering. I haven't seen it when I was here 30 years ago. I didn't see Thailand committed suicide so much. I didn't see the violence in Thailand. So the problem in the whole world, from Thailand in the whole world, is mental education. There has never been mental education, ME 101, ME 102. But there will always be PE 101, PE 102, physical education. So I've been invented ME 101, ME 102, and I put it in Miss Gift School, the American School of Bangkok, as a test pilot, experiment, but I don't see this is an experiment. This is a must. This is one thing that we all must start teaching our students. AI is coming. The question is, are we ready? Are we ready mentally? Right? So therefore, the problem the same. The cause of the problem is the same. It's our own mind. It's our education. The solution is only through education. Education changed our life since we were born, elementary, high school. The same way we can make the change, we have to start educating the young children, mental education, and this is where we have to start put in the curriculum of all schools, prepare the mind of the young, because it is coming, it is inevitable, right? AI will be coming in our life. Are we ready? If we are not ready, imagine criminals using AI. There will be more victims for the innocent ones.
That's actually a very good point that I don't have in my notes, but I already have it here. So basically, Kun Hatanto brought up two questions. Basically, Thailand losing our smiles. That's a very strong argument. And the second one is actually, it's not only, when we think about education, we prepare our younger generations to be ready to live in the world after the school, to be able to work, to be able to support themselves. But you brought up a very good point. It's not only making a living, it's making a living while students survive inside. So mental problems becoming an issue, but I believe it's not only students, it's also the teachers. So before we get into that, out of the questions that we discussed today, there's one government agency, one government sector who already been directly involved in solving this problem, which is definitely Ministry of Education. So what, in terms of your work, since you are the direct responsible party for this, what do you see is in our fight for better education for the last whatever year since we have the ministry?
Okay, thank you very much. Education is really complicated. It's the wicked problems. For the Office of Education, Office of Education Council, we are focusing on, we understand that we are moving into the AI era, and the skills that the student must be equipped is the human-centric skill. It's just very important because AI is just a tool for us to use in empower the education system and empower the human in as a person. Now the OEC, the Office of Education, we have we developed the policy, a new direction. We know that in the next future, the circumstance, the situation, it's very difficult to expect what to going to happen, right? So then we move from learning only in the classroom. We like to equip all the students, all the learners to be the lifelong learners. And then the people that go with the students, the educator. The educator, we are focusing on the two loops. The first one is the educator in the education system. And the second is the people outside the education system, because we have to build the learning ecosystem to be with that students to have the ways to learn. So then we are presenting a new policy, the new direction, the new compass. We call it, in very short, is the Learn Pillar. L-E-A-R-N, Learn Pillar. The L stands for the learner agency. We are focused that all the learner, even us, we are the learner as well in the next future, right? The learner agency, we focus on the learner have to have the voice, what they want to learn, the choice, that what the channel that they have choice to choose, and the ownership. They must have the ownership in their own learning. Now the students must be co-create, co-design their curriculum and their learning with their educator, their teacher. The second one is the E. The E is educator, empowerment, and well-being. We are focusing on the well-being is very important. And the third one is, as Dr. Krayot has said about the inequality, right? The third one is the A. A is allocation. Allocation is ensure that the resources, the budget, the financial must be fair and efficient. And the fourth one is the R. R is reach, how to make the education reachable for everyone. For the OECD Education Council, we are developing the credit bank system that we think that it's can be encourage the system more flexible, the learning more flexible for everyone. That's the fourth one. And the last one, I think it's the most important is the N. The N is the network. The network that all the partners have to build our society to be the learning society, to be have the good learning environment for everyone that can pursue their own learning and develop as the way they want to be. That's it for now for this one. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
So we can see that the Ministry of Education is trying to adapt and come up with solutions that solve parts of the things that we involve. But before I go to university level, since we have one panelist from international school, and actually in the VDR we have students mentioned that there are a lot of people still think Thailand is the best place for becoming education platform. So it's basically somebody's seeing things differently now. So as from you from international school, what's the gap? Why there's a demand for international school, and what's the main gap? And the key questions I'd like to ask from your side is it possible to implement something that works in international school and make it work for everyone? So it's basically two questions. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone on the panel. Very honored to be here with us today. First, even though I represent international schools in Thailand, I also want to advocate for Thai education. because even though I grew up in an international school myself, I learned and I yearned to be in Thai school. Why? Because of the beautiful culture that we have, the respect, the honor, the discipline. And I know, I long for Thai friends because their relationship is a lot closer than most international people that I come across as I grew up. In Thailand, the student is right. We are the hub of international education because our country has beautiful culture and the living expenses are quite low, attracting a lot of international educators to come and live and work here. And we are in the center of Southeast Asia, which made it very easy for all international educators to come and have conferences here too. So it's not surprising that Thailand now has 275 international schools in all varieties of curriculum from the UK, from America, from Canada, from Singapore, and much more. And our business generates about 90,000 billion baht as of today. In terms of gaps, I think if people look for gaps, you'll find gaps everywhere and in every business. But what if we think about how can we support each other? I would say that because the Minister of Education has mandated Thai students to have so-and-so Thai culture hours and Thai grammar classes, that's how our Thai children stay intact with our cultural roots. And that's a beautiful thing that they mandated into the curriculum in the international schools. So yes, we can provide lots of choices. ใช่ไหมคะ มีหลายๆทางเลือก many types of curriculum. Like one of the students said, some schools support science, but what about the arts? What about music? What about business? So then having many types of curriculum and variety of international education, you can support all of that and also helping Thai education learn and grow together. Because there are many community activities that we could do together. But the similarities, there's one thing that we all can do that does not cost money and can elevate the quality of teaching and learning. And that's something that Arjan Hartanto and I have been doing for more than 10 years. For Arjan, it's about 30 years, and for me, about 14 years, implementing mental education. And when we say mental education, what does it mean? It is the practice of mental discipline, understanding morality, and understanding what wisdom means. And with that said, when a student have discipline to practice mindfulness or research meditation every day, their mind becomes so disciplined that they're ready to learn, they're ready to listen, they speak mindfully, they think mindfully, and they act mindfully. So be mindful, be aware, be wise are keys. And I think we all know as adults who have been through a lot of experiences growing up, life always throws you challenges, right? And they come in unexpected ways, in shapes and forms. The way that you can combat these life experiences would be wisdom. So if you start training the young minds to have discipline and wisdom, they will ace in anything, academics, sports, the arts, and finding the right college level education that suits their needs. So when it comes to mental discipline, it does not take money. It takes the effort and it takes consistency. So hopefully maybe down in our further discussion, we can explain to you more what it looks like and why it doesn't cost money and how the whole country can bring this together to unite, our people and our culture.
That's a very good point. So it's basically what Kun Nisana is saying is that there's a strong, unique edge in being Thai, basically. So there's a good reason that the teaching in even international school, but in Thailand, teach things that not provided anywhere else in the world. So it's basically something like mindfulness, which is actually definitely become parts of the thing that's really important when you grow up. right? And since you mentioned that, when we talk about high school, and then in the end, what's between high school and work and life, it's university and sometimes professional educations. That brought me to other panelists in the room, which we have university. So my question to both Chulalongkorn University and to King Mongkut is, from your point of view, since you actually get students from schools, which can be anywhere from Thailand or anywhere in the world right now, do you think that the new students coming to universities, it's what you expected? Are they ready? Are they ready? Are they good enough? Are they prepared enough to be successful in university and eventually be ready for their own life? So I'm going to start with Ajahn Parichat. So I'd like to, could you please give your view?
For me, I'm from Chulalongkorn University. Just thanks for the question. The answer is quite difficult for us to explain. You know why? Because we have some kind of the mirror to analyze our student. That is the kind of the exam. We have different choice of exam, ranging from the local Thai to the international exam to show the performance of the student. Also, we also have the GPAC or whatever the program design to try to analyze the student. But the question is that enough to separate on the level of understanding, the level of the knowledge, or the skillability, or the mindset, or whatever it has? That the things about the accessing to the university. And it's a kind of challenge. That's right. How can we have a kind of a tool? And I think like Lat Kabang will have a kind of the answer, because we want to use that tool to analyze psychological and then mental issues, so we can carefully design the curriculum to match with what a student expect, and to match with what people, the stakeholder in the workforce want us to produce them as a graduate ready to work. Instead of we get a student, we expect something and we may not get what we expect, and then on the other hand, we have to think about our people who in the industry. They also expect something for us, and then they want ready-made. That's right, graduates to work for them. If there is a problem, it's not the problem, among the things, but I just want to mention about the curriculum as well, and the speed of change of the curriculum design or redesign to match with what students expect, to match with what the stakeholder expect. But think about carefully. If you think about the question of 15 years, in terms of a place for study, how about our structure? We have Minister of Education. We also have Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And I don't know, it's a kind of the personal issues that we don't have students as what we expect. But we also may want to restructure the way we, start at the bottom. Have two things in one place. Minister of Education who take care from younger generation, from the kindergarten, school, up until the university and higher ed. Because what? If you look at Chula, now we have the new program. It's called Chulalongkorn University Extension and Lifelong Learning. It means what? Everyone needs to go to school. Everyone needs to back to school and learn or relearn. So that's a kind of the challenge. I just want to respond to you that yes, somehow we get the student that we want, but somehow we say no, we need more. We need to work together to get the right person to the right place.
That extremely difficult questions, right person at the right place at the right time, which is somewhere in the future, which is continuously changing every day.
Yes.
So since Ajahn Parichat already mentioned certain points, so it's actually both sides. So coming in from high school and going out from graduation. So how about at King Mongkut Institute of Technology is Dr. Komsan, since you are kind of like one of innovative schools, so coming in and going out, how do you see yourself?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's the university want about the good student to come, because about the good student we can put many things to them, and they can apply the many things for about the research or innovation. But now from the high school, you know, about the level of the student is a big difference. So when about the student come to the university, we have to educate or have to adjust the knowledge. Sometimes we have to adjust about the basic knowledge, because it's the quite different. I think this very important for about the education system for the university in Thailand, because the difference no basic knowledge. Anyways, but in case of the KMTL, we focus the student to practice more and more, because I think that's hand-on is very important for about the student to incubate them for prepare for the to work in the future lives. I think in case of about the knowledge that they can learn from the many places, but in case of about the work done, acting, I think this is the important to practice more in the field of the apply or about the experiment. I think this is a important and very important for them to learn together and have to discuss with the group, discuss to prepare them for can work with any people for the future. I think. Thank you.
Actually, that's add on to some parts at panelists earlier mentioned that there's a lot more skill that we need besides just basic educations. We also have Dr. Aditya from Stanford University. So what's your uniqueness in terms of filling in, since you're from a private university?
So first, thank you very much for inviting Stanford to join this very important event. But before answers this question, I just want to get back about the challenge of the Thai education. I think all the panelists in this room, we all agree that now we are facing the challenge in terms of education in Thailand, how we can have further improvement. And I just want to share the quote of Nelson Mandela that he mentioned. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. I think this is a very important quote, because we all have to believe that's how we can transform education to become the most powerful weapon. And how we can measure that this education or our education that we are offering to our generation, they can use this to become the weapon. I believe one of indicators that we can consider all of the stakeholders when they spend or invest in education, how they can have the return to make they have better of quality of life and the standard of life. Because a lot of family or the parents invest a lot when even they send the student to international school. I think it's really high cost. But after graduate, when they are employed, the question is how much they can earn the money and they can return all the investment. The similar to the point of the government sector. I think, invest a lot of the budget each year. The question is, what the return of the investment to the Thai citizens? So when we look at this point, if we consider in the view of higher education at the Stanford International University, so one factors that we really consider when the parents invest for their international education, one of the indicators is how the graduates, they are employed, and at least they can obtain reasonable salary to make sure that they can make the returns on what their investment. So if we look at this point, we are facing the challenges, even in the term when we spend the budget. And when we see the VTR, we can see a lot that people, our young generation, also feel the gap in terms of inequality of education. And also in the term of how they can access the high quality of education. So the world now changed a lot. So how many people, in the suburb, in the countryside, that they cannot access the high quality of education? So if they spend like few years in education, but at the end, they cannot be employed. At the end, they cannot be the talent value that they can contribute and help the Thai society. I think that is a question, is a problem. So that it gets to my point when we consider on this is about belief. We believe, all the people believe that education will become the most powerful weapon. Then we will design our education to meet with the learner. It's not the one program fits all, because in our higher education also facing the problems, because one curriculum have at least 120 credits and have to learn Gen 8, I think 30 degrees. So I don't know where we hear the voice from our students, whether they want to learn the 30 degrees or not, the credits. And when they learn, how many percentage of what they learn they can really use in the real world. So I think this has to design all of the educational framework for the whole national education in Thailand. So thank you.
Actually, I heard it a lot, especially from the younger generations. Ask even my own children, like the questions like, is the system education still relevant? Do I still need to pursue a degree? So this is something that actually got up in the heads of the younger generations, and we're going to get back to them. But in between, we have another panelist coming in. Let me welcome Associate Professor Dr. Surya Deo Tripati from Directors of the Center of Morality Promotions. We've been talking about the key questions of Thai education systems, and we try to arrive at the common grounds of what would we agree upon, which is the key challenge of Thai education right now, so we can prepare ourselves going forwards. May I ask your opinion on Thai education system problems right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to thank you for Nation that is also inviting me here. Sorry for late, but it's also really one important person that is also passed away, and I have to go to Chulalongkorn Hospital right now, just hours ago. First of all, I would like to, in my opinion, I would like to talk about in Thailand, that is also only two ministries that is take responsible of the quality of the people, the whole country. It is in my opinion. I'm not sure, some of you also in political area, but in my point of view, as I'm a pediatrician and also adolescent medicine in Stanford, and also before in University of California, San Francisco before. But in my opinion, that is only two ministries in Thailand that take responsible the whole people. I mean, not only who is in the fence, in fence of the university or might be in fence of the school system. No, I'm meaning the whole people, 70 million, so might be 60 somewhat. I mean the whole people. That is only two ministry take responsible. I never saw a lot of good vision of these two ministry, never, and even of the government. The other point, you see that right now, it is not only globalization. I'm talking about the globalization. It's not misspelling. Integration about the global and local. When I also have attended in the World Education Forum in China, that is amazing about. That is also negative knowledge. That is a new knowledge about in Switzerland. They proposed in the World Congress that like a startup, mostly of the startup, they have failed. They how to learn about the sense of failure, not only sense of success, about those kind of skill. And they have also new knowledge about in AI. And that is also what kind of combination about the global and local very closely like a boundaryless society. So how we can use this AI thing built up and also strengthen about our people. The other point I also would like to talk about, Thailand also facing really crisis about total fertility rate. You know, right now 0.86, especially in Bangkok, 0.7. That is very, very low. I never hear about the vision of the government talking a lot more about the crisis of the people, population epidemic. That is also be really crisis. And you know that if you talk about the amount of the people, mostly of the students that also be drop out, and we are facing about the dropout, that is also zero dropout, some kind of program that is amazing about. Actually, educational system should to be fit for everyone. They can also learn to raise up about the quality of people, but they have dropped out. What is the reason of dropout? It's not only one reason. You have to find out what is the reason of dropout. And the other point, PISA. If you look at the first one is amount, right? But the other one is also quality. You see the result of PISA, and also you see about the unemployment, a lot of unemployment right now. And according to these reasons, we also facing about the family. They have very, very, they would not like to have give birth, because they have discomfort about it, and they evaluation and countable about how expense money I have to use for each children. Such as if you have kids, maybe you also fortune about how money you have to expense about for each kids. And right now we also saw a lot of rising about the international school, not the basic education. It is international, rising 3 times more than a couple of years ago. So what is that reason about the quality of the people? The other point, if you look at the quality, it's also wondering that if comparing with ASEAN, we have collection about the illiteracy people, 50% of illiteracy, and it is only 10% if high proficiency. If you look at the Vietnam and also Singapore, it is quite opposite. Mostly of the people is high proficiency and only 10% is illiteracy. So what about we talk about the quality? That is also, I would like to ask about who working in the Ministry of Education and who working in the Ministry of Higher Education. And the other point, if you look at the morality index, that I'm bearing responsible about this. Do you ever heard about the moral index? Do you ever heard about? No, never, right?
Enlighten me, please.
Yeah, you know that mostly of the people in Thailand, mostly of the adult, big people in big position, they say that morality is intangible. It is not tangible. You cannot count this. Here I do it. And I'm also inviting from many countries, especially big country. They're also amazing about even World Health Organization and United Nations. Right now we have moral index. And I would like to ask who working in the university, let challenging you all that, you know that who is finished from the doctoral degree, less morality than bachelor degree. What that mean? Morality index for doctoral degree less than bachelor degree. The more they educated, the less morality they have. You mean morality is the new definition as a good behavior? It's not intangible right now. It is a tangible, and it is a good behavior. What is that meaning? Discipline, less discipline. I mean doctoral, who finished doctoral degree, less morality. I would like to focus this too, and I would like to ask about the higher education, Ministry of Higher Education. What are you doing for? Just only focus on the IQ, right? Not focus on the EQ, not focus on the morality, right? You have a very symbolic, right on the wall. All the university, they talk about the higher education, something about with morality, but morality in the university is quite low. I would like to ask this one too. The other point, ecosystem. It's not fit for ecosystem. The vision of the Ministry of Education talk about the lifelong learning, but you see that. Even I just sit from the BTS, no one writing anything. If you go the other country, you know that I'm also an adolescent medicine. I'm also treatment the adolescent. You know that mostly of my patients I have to treatment who, parents. 50% of them I have to treat parents, and 25 the other is also treatment teacher. That means ecosystem is bad, worse than the children. So that's why I think that ecosystem is not fitting for, it's not along for lifelong learning. So this is the one of the reason that I would like to ask those two ministries, what are you doing now? Thank you.
All right. Actually, we addressed certain part of that already, but that intentionally, I actually keep this. I actually intentionally keep Dr. Awan Kunpaletso at the end. So after you hear, we hear a lot of problems that we mentioned about Thai education. Since we have two politicians in the room. Maybe I start with Dr. Gandhi. So what do you see? Are we still having futures in education system?
Well, we can't give up hope, right, Dr. Bank? Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, the Nation, for inviting and making this conversation possible. But first of all, if you do the morality index, I invite you to do it in Parliament. We see a very serious issue about the morality over there. But yeah, I agree with them. I think the learning and morale is very important, and the conversation earlier. And I feel like the mindfulness is also important for the future of learning. But get back to the point of the issues that we have in education at the moment. Dr. Bang, let me answer in the role of a mother who used to teach in universities, and now I shift myself to politics. If I'm going to answer this, what I strongly believe, education systems, who are the key stakeholders? I see beyond the school or universities. I feel like the parents, the community, the societies, the private sectors are actually part of the education systems. Because believe it or not, learning of our kids is not just happening in school, but also happening out there. I recall myself, or even us, go to the abroad, and we go to museum, and those museums, many of them actually contributed, donated, or built by private sector. If the private sector are complaining about the kids that we are producing through universities is not good enough for them to work, maybe might be the time for us to build, what kind of people, what kind of skill that private sector need, and join hands, do it together. And I feel like the responsibility of the quality of human capital of Thailand is in our hands. So basically, everyone has a share on that. Second point, when you talk about education system, I honestly don't like the word education system because it's actually block the whole possibilities. To myself, I think if we have curiosity, curiosity leads to learning. Learning leads to knowledge. Knowledge leads to confidence. And once you have confidence, you could be more confident to ask questions and become more curious in the larger issues. So let's think about the education system. It's not just the place. It's not just the students and teacher. It's about how we build an environment that curiosity will flourish. Don't be shy to ask questions. Don't feel bad if you do not know the answer, but we learn together and build on that. So that is what I would like to lead you to. Come to the next point, the second one. When we talk education system, we heard Dr. Graydon earlier about the dropout rate, which is we all know of. I think the audience or the viewers of Nations at the moment, I think we are fortunate that we are urbanist people. We're looking at the quality of learning and education in private school, in public school, that is not good enough. But believe it or not, in Thailand, we have a much grander issue which really, really worries me. I have a chance to talk to the group of youth from Teach for Thailand. And to my surprise, they said there are a number of kids in high school that can't even read or write. We are talking about high school. We are talking about 12 years old, when it's supposed to be really fluent, not in English, but in Thai, to be able to read, be able to write. But turn out that many, and a significant percentage, large enough for us to get scared, that they can't read and make sense out of text. But if the teacher read the exam out loud by word, they will be able to answer. So we are actually rolling back to the fundamental of the literacy. Just read and write, a very plain simple, the problem that we are having. We may not be the problem here in Bangkok, but many places else in Thailand actually having this problem. And I think this is very fundamental in terms of the education and the quality that we are giving into our kids. Second, I agree with the students from Chulalongkorn University and also Thammasat University. I have a kid just about your age. She's 24 years old, get the first job right now. What I felt like when let's say, as a mom, what I like to do to my kids, not only that I want her to have a really great grade for me to post on Facebook and show off to the world that my kid is so smart, but my responsibility is to open up the doors of opportunity for them to be able to try out what they really like, what they really want. So I kind of upset when I was in high school that I have to be put in either science class or art class. You just pick one of the two. You can't be both, right? Like Sci Wit or Sci Sin. I think now they're like not quite an issue right now. But in reality, our kids, they can be multi-potentialite. They can be so good at physics and math, and at the same time, they really enjoy music. And these are the stuff that because we have the concept that school and education system is much like a production lines in manufacturing in industry 2.0, where we talk about efficiency, people will be produced or put the same knowledge, to use the same scale to measure different talents, which I feel like is not fair. But yet again, once we talk about the system, we need to have guidelines, we need to have standard, we need to have some certain set that saying that these kids are great, this is a good, this is a bad, this is get out of here. But I feel like we need to have variety of the subjects that the kids can choose from, for them to decide what they like and what they're not, and for them to help design their own life, what they would want to be. Because you know why? Because if we produce the same kids, people, and we believe in them to be the same, we are about to get into the vicious cycle of job seekers. The same job, the same people, but it's just only less amount of vacancy or the job available in the first place. The last one, back to Ajahn, I agree with you. The Ministry of Education, at least for the past 18 years, 20 years, we have 21 ministers, well, at least by my count. So basically, we're talking about less than 2 years on the term. Some of them is actually 11 months on the as a Minister of Education. When we talk about the education, you can't just do it and hoping to see the result and the return by the end of the year, not like the private sectors. They take years, 3 years, 5 years, or even half a generation to realize the accomplishment or the failure of the system itself. So I think that policy discontinuity is the deepest wound of Thai education as well. We probably never heard about the vision of human capital in Thailand should look like in the next 10 years. That never be the conversations. We just know that we got a new tablet now, we have the new skill wallet now we're going to do the AI. It's all great, but it's all short terms. But we never answer how our kids will look like in the next 10 years and how they're going to survive as a global citizen when the jobs that they go out of university or school may not even exist these days.
That's a very good point.
Could I also, add some more point?
Yes,
one more point that is I'll also forget about. You know, the basic education right now also kill all the capacity that we are talking about, the curiosity, inspiration, creativity. I mean, the basic education, because they use the high-stake test since kindergarten. I mean, kindergarten, they have very high competitiveness. That is really trouble for all the people. I mean, even the parent, and also even maybe frontline for the teacher to also discomfort about this kind of vision. So it is also one is challenging is how we can shaping about this basic education kill. They are built up the capacity of the people like a robot, not a human, not a humanity. I mean, like a robot. But you know that robot right now may clever than human, right? A humanoid.
We talk about that particular point in the next round. But before we conclude this round, I'd like to give a chance to Kun Parit to, since I believe you are one of the most qualified people to talk about different generations in terms of education. What do you see in terms of are we on the right path? What are the main problems of Thai education in your point of view?
I don't think I'm the most qualified person to talk about this, but let me share my perspective. To try and summarize and add on my thoughts about the issue with Thai education, I think I would summarize to say that right now on the surface, we are seeing three key problems with our education system. The first problem is I think our education is not meaningful enough. At a micro level, we are seeing students reflect that what they're learning in school, the number of hours they're spending in school, does not really translate to skills that they can use in their everyday life or skills that they feel will equip them to be able to succeed in the future. On a macro level, we're seeing that we are falling behind other countries when it comes to comparing or measuring competencies at all levels. At a basic educational level, we're seeing that our PISA scores is lacking behind not just countries across the world, but even within the ASEAN region. If you look at the skills of fresh graduates that enter universities, fresh graduates that leave universities, we are getting a lot of feedback from employers that the skill sets that they have sometimes do not match with what the employers need. Or even at an adult level, I think a study done by the EEF or Gosasor that is here with us today has highlighted that the majority of our adults currently lack the basic foundational skills that are necessary for any career that they want to pursue. For example, comprehension skills such as being able to comprehend medical prescriptions, complex medical prescriptions, or even basic digital skills like being able to look up and compare prices of air tickets from different providers. Right? So I think across all levels, we're seeing that our education system is currently not meaningful enough in converting the hours we put in into the skill sets that are required at different stages of life. The second problem that we see is I think our education is full of unhappiness. Just like a previous speaker mentioned that he feels that Thailand is getting further and further away from being the land of smiles. I think if you talk to different stakeholders in our education, many of them will feel unhappy about many parts of our system. If you talk to our parents, even though right now we are supposed to have a right to free education, but every time the academic term opens, we see many parents struggle to be able to afford and to find the necessary income to pay for additional expenses that are still tied to education, even at government state schools. Right? If you talk to students, many of them will say that their life at school is not one that is super happy. Sometimes they encounter physical accidents at schools or even on the way to school while traveling between their homes and the school. They will reflect that sometimes they have encountered mental health issues such as depression, such as stress, which sometimes comes from excessive punishment by teachers, sometimes comes from bullying that is being exacerbated in the online space as well. If you talk to teachers and school principals, they will also tell you that they are unhappy with many parts of their everyday life. Teachers feel they are burdened with workload that is not tied to teaching students, but tied more to administrative projects and paperwork. If you talk to school principals, they will tell you that sometimes they cannot make their own decision because of a lot of the decision making in terms of how to spend the budget, in terms of how to design the curriculum, is centralized at the ministerial level. Right? So that's the second problem. The third problem is I think our education has failed to promote learning. Or in fact, in some aspects, our education has damaged our learning potential. Right? On the one hand, we have students that have to spend excessive hours in schools. They are overwhelmed with excessive homework, with stressful exams, with high intensity competition, that they don't have the mental space at the time to actually learn about themselves, to explore what they like, what they want to do in the future. Right? You have an education system that almost treats every student the same way, even though each student will have very different preferences and needs when it comes to learning. You have an education system that has failed to connect with types of learning or education that is outside the traditional school format. It's failed to make it seamless in terms of converting experience outside schools or in different types of learning formats into credit that can be tied to getting a degree or completing the curriculum at a school level, right? And I think when we talk about inequality in education, we're not only talking about just inequality in terms of the quality within schools, but we're also talking about inequality in accessing learning opportunities outside schools. So Dr. Gandhi mentioned museums and different learning centers, right? If you look outside Bangkok, the opportunity to be able to access those learning activities or spaces are very much limited, right? So in a nutshell, I think that's three key problems. One is our education is not meaningful enough. Two is full of unhappiness. And three, it is failed to promote learning. And if I try to analyze whether this is a systematic problem or not, I will say definitely yes. And I think it's because our system is lacking two key factors, what I call two E's. One is our system is lacking efficiency. We are not converting the resources and input we're putting in into outcomes that we desire. For example, someone already mentioned that the Ministry of Education is a ministry that has received or is allocated one of the highest budget every year. But we're not able to convert that amount of money, taxpayer money, into making education free, right? Our students are putting in a lot of time in school. We have probably one of the longest compulsory student hours in schools, but the hours they spend is not being converted by the curriculum into skills that they compete with people from other countries, right? We also have a lot of teachers that are working hard, but I think almost like a third or even half of the time is spent on activities that are not related to teaching their students, right? So our system is not efficient enough in converting the input and resources we're putting in into the outcomes we desire. And then the second E that I think our system is lacking is empathy, right? I think we are not making policy decisions that fully understand and empathize the needs of the students. We still see the role of schools being restricted to an academic one, when actually, if you want students to be able to learn, you need to make sure that we look after their physical and mental health as well. We still have a system that is heavily centralized. It means that we do not trust the different players, whether school principals, teachers, in making the decisions that are best suited to the people within their schools or within their classrooms. But most of the decisions are still centralized at the ministerial level. So I think, in a nutshell, that's what we have to fix. So how can we make our system more efficient and more empathetic? And I think if we can fix those two key factors, then I think hopefully we can fix a lot of problems that we have been talking about, not just today, but we've been talking about for many years. Right?
Actually, that's a strong point, and actually the time for this round is up. But before we go on for the next topic, I'd like to ask all of you one critical question as a summary for the first round about the key concerns or problems about education, which is if you can fix only one thing. Not yet. Basically, we just try to, we know that the problem itself is complicated, but if you can fix one thing to get the priority, what would that be? Since Dr. Oh said it's possible, I give you her last options. We're gonna start with maybe Dr. Surya Dels on that side, so going this way. If you can fix one thing, what's the priority?
Decentralize and give the high quality of the such a teacher might be some kind of who is take responsible about the decentralized, put more quality about.
Thanks a lot. How about you คุณปริญญาสิริถ้าเลือกได้อย่างหนึ่งในการศึกษาไทยแล้วอยากแก้อะไร
หนูอยากลดปัญหาความเหลื่อมล้ำค่ะหนูขอเล่าก่อนว่าหนูก็เป็นเด็กต่างจังหวัดคนหนึ่งค่ะแล้วในชุมชนที่หนูเติบโตมาเนี่ยหลายๆครอบครัวค่ะเขาต้องเผชิญกับปัญหาหรือว่าข้อจำกัดหลายๆด้านจนทำให้เขามองว่าการศึกษามันเป็นเรื่องที่สำคัญรองลงมาจากการหารายได้หรือว่าการดำรงชีวิตในประจำวันมีเด็กจำนวนไม่น้อยเลยค่ะที่เขาไม่ได้ถูกปลูกฝังให้เขาเห็นถึงความสำคัญของการศึกษาว่ามันสามารถพัฒนาเราไปได้ไกลขนาดไหนแต่ว่าในขณะเดียวกันบางครอบครัวที่เขาพอที่จะมีทุนทรัพย์มากกว่าเนี่ยเขากลับส่งลูกไปเรียนในโรงเรียนในตัวเมืองโรงเรียนประจำจังหวัดกันเกือบทั้งหมดเลยทั้งที่มันก็คือหลักสูตรการเรียนหลักสูตรเดียวกันมันก็เลยเกิดคำถามกับหนูว่าถ้ามันคือหลักสูตรเดียวกันจริงๆทำไมผู้ปกครองเขายังมีความเชื่อที่ว่าเขาต้องส่งลูกเข้าเมืองนะถึงจะให้ลูกได้รับการศึกษาที่ดีกว่าหนูมองว่านี่คือความเหลื่อมล้ำทางการศึกษาเป็นปัญหาที่ในพื้นที่หนูเขาเจอค่ะใช่ค่ะ
Okay, so you're saying that the first priority for you is inequality. Okay, how about Kun Hatanto? The priority.
Educate and discipline the mind. All our life we have been taught and what we have been doing to take care of the body. Shower every day, clean the body. Have you shower, clean the mind every day? Feed the body. Have you fed your mind every day? Exercise, vitamin your body. How about your mind? We all want to have a clean, strong, healthy body. What about a clean, strong, healthy mind? Right? Don't forget, our body will not move without the mind. So mind is more important than the body. In the clean, strong, healthy body, there is no guarantee you have a clean, strong, healthy mind. It also refers to you, Mr., about morality. Right? If we can develop our mind, skill is nice. Develop our skill, be that engineering, accountant, but at the end, it goes back to our mind. Who use the skill? So educate and start teaching and educating to discipline the mind to the young and to the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you. How about you, Kun Misanath?
I've come across students of all levels, from 2 years old, 18 years old, and they can have the highest GPA, they ace in SAT scores, they get into Harvard and Yale, but they can be unhappy. So how can we help students, children's learners to take care of their minds and have this mental well-being so that they can be successful both in their career path, family path, and personal path. So my final take would be providing mental education for countrywide.
Kun Parit, please.
I'll try not to repeat.
Yeah, since you give me three, I asked you to pick one.
Yeah, I think budget reform. Because right now, I think what we really need to talk about is how can we more efficiently allocate our budget to make sure that it actually gets to the students, to the schools, and our most pressing needs. And I think if we get our budget allocation right, that will go a long way in terms of solving the inequality issue that we've been talking about, as well as the quality of our education.
Nice. So how about on the left side, Kun Krai? So if you can pick one, what's the one that you give the priority?
Okay, so I think I will use my opportunities to speak for the locals. I have a chance during my university times, 4 years in university, working with the locals. I have a chance to join one of the club in the Chulalongkorn Business School called SIFE, which stands for Student in Free Enterprise. The core concept of this club is to use business knowledge in class to help develop a business strategies and also business model for the business locals. And I have worked with the local students too, who also have to drop out from schools to help continuing their business with their families. So after we all have mentions about the mental health, decentralizations, the practicalities of the knowledge that we learn in class, I think standardizations also kills uniqueness of the students. How about we think another perspective about localizing the educations? For example, I have worked with one of the local business in Nan, which is the greenhouse farming. He's also have 2 kids that need to drop out from schools to help continuing his family businesses. But one of the knowledge that this family is missing is the agricultural science, which is the basic agricultural science. They are doing greenhouse farming, and all they've done is they only plant tomatoes all year round. And based on the scientific, you can't plant only tomatoes because that will increase the insects and also diseases in the house farming. But these knowledge haven't been taught in schools. They only be taught in universities level, but these students don't have a chance to go to universities. Why don't we just localize this knowledge and also simplify the scientific into high school level, middle school level, this simple knowledge. Maybe we don't need to learn calculus in high school. Do we still need calculus or high physics? Because everything we need in class, Mr. Parit mentioned that practicalities is also more important than what we learn in class. And also, I would like to mention that we talk about the PISA score. Maybe we set the KPI wrong. If we set the KPI wrong, maybe we're solving the wrong problems. So I don't think there's a correlation between the PISA scores and also the happiness of the students. Do we want to have the highest PISA score in ASEAN, but students is not happy to go to school? They don't want to go in school. I think we can have the lowest PISA score as long as students are happy, they are having fun in class, and they have the passion to go to school. So I would say maybe we change the metrics, how we analyze or we look at our education systems. And also, I agree with most of you that mentions about the mental health, because as long as students are happy in life, well-being is the more important things in life. And maybe we need to step back. We are using the top-down approach to look at our education system, but we don't go to the ground level. We don't go to talk to the locals. What do they actually need? What do the urban student needs? Right now we can't use standardizations anymore because different students have different needs. Different provinces also have different needs. So I would say localize the educations. Thank you.
Great point. How about you, Dr. Komsan?
Yeah, I think that we have to change about the thinking about the teaching. Many the teacher want to teach the student, but I think now it's don't want to teach, but we have to think about the learning together. I think this is very important to make about the real skill. The real skill is mean that when about the student have to do or have to many things to do, right or wrong is okay because this is about the experience for them. The real skill can use the real skill is now is very important, and the need for about the industrial sector. I think we should to focus on the system of learning, not the teaching. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Aditep. Hello.
From what we facing, the challenges is too complex. Education transformation is too complex to pick up only one to solve all the issue. But if I could pick up one, I would like to design the Thailand education supply chains for the whole journey of our citizens since they were born and kindergarten and primary school, high schools, university, until they become employees. So to make sure that we can transform the human capital into the real national competitiveness. So because sometimes when I talk with the young generation, even those who enter university, they still don't know what their future they want to be. So that is question to me a lot, because they spend a lot of time in their life, but they still don't know what they want to be in the future. I think the key of the whole journey of the education needs to be redesigned to make sure they know what they dream and how we can have this system to bring the hope to our citizens and to bring opportunities to our people and make sure this successful pathway will bring the talent to our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. How about Dr. Parichat?
It's all depend. If it have the macro level, I would like to have opportunity to access to the real, touchable, and confirm data, and then use that kind of data to redesign the system. And use that data to discuss and then with other. It's something about you. If you if you talk about health issues, and then how can you sure that you are healthy or not? That's right. You need to get a kind of the data to confirm. And I would like to get that real and raw data, and then use that to redesign. So that's the macro level. But if the micro level, I just would like to have more choice offered to the student, and then encourage them to go there, select their choice, and then make a kind of the reflection on what have they learned, and then how we can make them progress in the better way. Yep.
Thank you. Since I asked for one, I got a lot of sort of cheating answer. But anyway, we summarize anyway. How about Dr. Jom Hathiyasanit?
Okay. As a representative of the Ministry of Education, I noted a lot. For me, I think the inequality issue is the most crucial for the Thailand education system. But as a person, a learner, I think to make the education more meaningful is the most important for the now and in the future, especially in the AI era. I think it's very important that everyone has the purpose, what they want to learn, and use everything, even the AI, the parents, the community, the learning center to be as a channel, as a tool to get their own education meaning. Yeah, that's all.
Definitely, Dr. Gandhi.
I'll try my best.
Since I saved you to the end.
If I have to pick one, I know it's not a silver bullet, but if I can have a magic wand, this is what I would like to do first. I would like to improve the quality of life of the teachers nationwide. I think that's a fundamental. I and my daughters are lucky to have the teachers who inspired us to see what we can become. And I think this could be the same to the rest of the kids out there. the quality of life of the teacher is very crucial. If you look at the schools out there, in the remote area, the teachers have to do everything, from teaching, from lunch, from cleaning the school, and everything, and including all the paperwork. And that's kind of push away the talents that want to be the teacher and give back to the society and the next generations. So if I would like to improve that. I would like to say that teachers are a very crucial person who actually directly link to the children in every ages. And I want them to be able to have time to relearn, to upskill, and to inspire our kids. So that is the way that we can improve, at least close down the inequality gap, open up the doors for opportunities, and even inspire for the kids for the better, and be ready for the future opportunities and challenges.
Yes, that's a great point for the first round. Actually, we got a lot of, we actually spent almost like an hour talking about the problems in general. So in this room, we have 12 panelists, and one thing that we could agree upon is that actually there's not one single problem that's more important than the others. Basically, the problem is more like intertwined and complex. That's a key feedback that I got in the room. Basically, like inequalities. That means when we talk Thailand, we don't talk about Bangkok. We don't talk about Chulalongkorn. We don't talk about any particular school. We talk about everyone in the system. And the second point that I can summarize is that the relevance. What I mean by relevance is that how relevant it is for the educations that prepare your student to match his own needs. Is it relevant to him, to her? Is it relevant for the future? Is it possible to come up with a curriculum that actually can predict the future and we can lay out whatever years? And Dr. Gandhi and also many other people mentioned that it takes not only education system, but also when we talk about education system, part of the problem is not every part is Ministry of Education's work. It's actually for parents, it's actually for teachers as well. So that's the very important conclusions that we have, that's actually not a single solution that we can solve these complicated problems for Thailand. And one actually that's a 2 or 3 more points that I like very much. One from Kun Grai. That's actually, are we chasing the wrong KPI? That's something that we should think about in the long run. Because eventually it will come back. Even we change the KPI, but some people are going to say in the end that there's a certain things that you have to pass, even parents. Even you say that this fits you better than the school teach me, but in the end, the parents like me gonna ask, what's your grade for this term? So and eventually we will need an answer to ourselves, since you mentioned mental problems. I believe that people at my age, I'm 50 this year, which means at a certain point, we're going to reach the point that are we on the right path? And are we prepared? Is the current education system prepare ourselves for this? I think this will be more relevant every day. So that's the first part of the first round I would like to talk about. Second, it's not going to be long because we already extend the first round for very long because we have a very good discussion. The second round would be about the private sector. Since people believe that, whoa, if you compare Thailand to Vietnam, to whatever, anywhere in the world, probably Thai system are lacking behind, but looking at the numbers, we are actually have international schools everywhere, and most parents try their best to send their kids to international school. What does that mean? Does it mean that the public school is not good enough, or it mean some gap to fit the demand? Maybe I'll start with you, Kun Nisanat.
Like most of you say, when people come to international schools, they're looking for creative thinking, analytical skills, the ability to think outside of the box. the ability to do a lot of research work, and that's not wrong. To want to have this kind of services for their children as they're growing up, and maybe a lot of parents were educated abroad, so they just want their children to be well versed in English or any other language other than Thai. But like I said, we are an international school that works with a lot of community in Thailand. And I stand here very proud because I work with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Higher Education. And I can say from my first experience that all the people there, they work very hard, very, very hard. I've been working with the Office of Basic Education Commission and Teachers Council of Thailand, and I prepare you some slides that we worked together in the past 3-4 years. You may not imagine, but what they do is they link our international school with local Thai schools around the country. This is just one of the schools in Lopburi,นะคะ. And then as you see more, these are the counselors from every province in Thailand that had met and worked with us on how to train their minds to help the students in their schools. And they also brought teachers who volunteered to come to be trained at our school, again from all over Thailand. And as you could see, work is spreading everywhere. And guess what? The local Thai schools in the country, they now adopt mental practice. And we call it mental practice because we didn't want it to look like it was religious. But this is something that we all can strengthen our mind, shower our mind, to clear our mind, so that there is a good concentration and focus in the classroom, leading to the analytical skills, leading to understand what it is that is the truth, and sometimes teaching kids to let it go. And this is just only the few examples that okay, I guess that's all. These are only a very small example that we show you, but we probably reach out to about at least hundreds and thousands of students already in 3 to 4 years' work that Ajahn Hartanto and myself have been working with both the ministries. I think that's very incredible. And you know, you hear stories like parents are in jail or are drug addicts, and the child, they took detergent. Can you imagine? Like swallow detergent because they feel life has no meaning. And then the teachers wrote to us, Miss Giff, Ajahn Hartanto, what do we do? What do we do? So we have online classes and we train those teachers. And they were able to rescue cases like that for students to let go of their attachment to trauma. And Ajahn allows students to do a lot of community service, which help them find meaning in their life, which then change the path, change the way their mindset, and say, oh, if they say their life is meaningless, life is hopeless, then life becomes meaningful because the right training that we provide for children. Now, I don't think you're surprised if international school students sometimes go through that trauma too. They told me, Miss Giff, I feel unseen. That's like the exact word a 9th grade told me. When I'm home, like parents don't see me. Like they don't know I exist. So when it comes to pain and trauma and sadness, I don't think this is about social status. It's everywhere. No matter how rich, how poor, whatever status you are in the society, I think we all experience pain. So that's why we both have been advocating for mental education so that we allow students to be rescued, you know, from that darkness. Even myself, at some point in my life, I took 8 pills, 8 antidepressants, and I come from a very good universities, NYU, Columbia. The question is, if I come from a very high-performing universities, why am I still taking pills? Why am I still very traumatized and depressed. And when I understand how mental skills work and was able to stop myself from taking those pills and find that well-being again, find that happiness again, that's where we both dedicate our lives to to just go out there and share with the community that, oh, there's a way, there's a way. Whatever gaps, whatever, when people feel the curriculum is outdated or there's not enough resources, whatever, But the key is the mind, right? When the mind is so powerful, you can overcome anything. And that's why these are things that we have been doing for many, many years, and we think that these are solutions that can really help Thailand and everywhere else in the world.
All right, got that point. So, let me ask one question. When parents coming in, and a lot of parents have questions. I also graduated from Thai school. So at this time, we see a lot of parents trying to choosing between international school and Thai school. And some family actually struggling to try to send their kids to international school because they believe it's better. And actually can traumatize the parents and the children as well. But we're not going there yet. Do you know what's the key reasons why there's a trend that a lot of Thai people believe international school is better? Is it that better? What's the point?
I think the key is the mental skills that parents look for, how the mind is developed. Because you talk about analytical skills, creativity, self-confidence, empathy. If you think about it, those are all mental skills. And the way that international curriculum teach may be a lot more viable for kids to practice their mind, their brain, to recall. But just for all of us out there, for parents of all ages and culture, the key is the right fit. You could go to a very expensive school, but it's not the fit for your child, it doesn't work. And for me, the right fit does not always have to be an international school. It could be the right school down the block that has the right facility for your child, with the right tuition fees, with the right teachers. And when that's the right fit, you merge and you become very successful as parents and teachers. Because think about it, we're all on this table. Some of us went to Thai schools, and you all came very far. Then your schools must have done something right to put us all here in the panel. If you look deeply, every school has pros and cons. Even Thai schools too, bilingual schools too, 3-language schools too. What is the right fit? I think the key is how can we help parents understand what is the right fit for their child? And then education becomes successful in every family.
I will go ask Ajahn Prichat from Chulalongkorn University. Since Chulalongkorn University also has English program and Thai program.
But you know what I like is
Yes.
your word of relevance. It reminds me on what happened with a kind of the informal collaboration with international schools. Not one, a number of schools in Thailand. Believe it or not, we have one researcher, there's a famous one, and then she get an invitation to go to the South Pole to do the research on some kind of the earth issues. And you know what happened? She got invitation from international schools in Thailand, not just in Bangkok, but all around. And then to have a kind of the live Zoom session to meet with the international students in Thailand. You know why? Because it's a place of inspiration. It's a Zoom session allows students to ask a number of questions about the temperature issues, about the penguin or whatever they love to know over there, because no one have choice like her to know to be in the South Pole. That's right. But that's come back to my impression. It's not what you have. It's not the budget that international school have, but it's the way that you try to think, you try to make your situation relevant to the issues, to the choice that you have, and do redesign instead on the subject that are relevant or matter to the student, instead of waiting for the budget and then complain how when we will get the budget for designing the new class on climate change or whatever it is. So that's my example to tell you on the challenging thing is how to encourage the faculty, the teacher to know where is the choice and how can you make the choice relevant to what a student want and have a kind of inspiration. So.
Actually, from the panel, I see certain opportunities for before I brought to the next questions is that actually there's a problems of localizations that get back to relevance. The key questions from a lot of family is that they believe that something that teach in school is not relevant to them or their kids being to do agriculture, for example, to do the work that they live every day, which actually if we can make the education system relevant to their work, it might bridge the gap between the misunderstanding between learning and finish and working. So these are something that probably cannot done by standardized. It has to be done through some kind of working with communities to come up with what is the right education platform for certain area. That's one thing that I wanna leave. That's something that we learn from this panel. But since we have also there's still demand. There's still people who believe that international schools are better in certain way. I got some certain points. So ability to personalize, because normally international school have small students. In small number of students. The second might be ability to think and act, not ability. It's the chance, the opportunity to speak up in class because you have 15 students comparing to having 60 students. So that's, and the third thing might be the workshop. So there's something that you require resources and people to do that in international school. How about if I ask Dr. Jom Hattaya Sanit? So we see certain point that good or possible international school. How we incorporate these into public school?
First, I think the Ministry of Education, we view the private sector and international school as a vital partners. Last week, the Office of Education Council, we have discussed with the British Chamber of Commerce, and we talk with a lot of representatives from the international school, and we learned a lot from the international schools. And if you think that we can learn from what they are doing and benchmark with the Thai public school to to make the Thai public school more, like you said, have more quality, have more relevant to their local as well. And another things is what the Ministry of Education and the EEF, Dr. Krayot, we have worked together with the international school that we are partner the international school with the local public schools to be the sister schools to learn together. This is what we are doing now. Yeah.
I think that's very important. And I think that's one clear possible way to do it. And actually taking international school kids to the community actually help them a lot. And we already mentioned a lot of things such as empathy. And the key point is to see how the real world works. Because that could be Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You would like to add something?
No ask about, but it is also my point of view. Have a lot of experience to manage mostly of the kids that are sent to my clinic, and I also the other point that is moreover. I think I agree that you are also mentioned about. One is we have Thai society is also in patronage system. And we have a lot of network. And mostly of the high and middle income parents, they would like to buy new ecosystem. Sorry to say it about. They would like to compare where your kids study. They are also comparing about. And they would like to have like a parent association. Every school, they have their own parent association, parent-teacher association. And you will have your own experience. They will comparing about where's your kids, where's my kids. They also have this kind. So this kind of mindset is also really strong here. And that is why they also invest a lot of money for, might be even the public school, they also have in the top level or might be high level. That is the parents' mindset. And if their kids also in the international, that is also leveling of the international school too. They try to compare about. So this is really contraring or really opposite side of the happiness, not the child center. It is according to the parent center. Thank you.
Now you talk something relevant, very relevant to me. Because I'm parents myself, and I believe actually a lot of source, a lot of the cause of mental health from children actually from parents, and kids nowadays they got challenged from social networks. So I actually talk with my kids a lot about that. Well, that's a saying that comparison is a thief of joy. But it is impossible not to compare from. When you talk about people at like early teens, they strength to handle social pressure is different from us. So it's something that we should talk about. But before we go into the next point, because you brought up very, very important issues. So since right now we cannot say that we have international. We have a lot of international school in Thailand, and exactly as you said, a lot of parents compare. Where do your kids go to school? Where do you go to school? Conversation among kids, and there start to be problems from my direct experience that my friends took her children out of international school back to Thai public school for more than one cases. Some from economic reasons. Some from reverse problems that believe that international school have different kinds of problems, and probably Thai schools provide better environment for certain reasons. I would like to ask the students. We have tools in this panelist. Do you see the difference between kids from international school? จะถามน้องปริญญาสิริว่ารู้สึกความแตกต่างของเด็กที่มาจากโรงเรียนนานาชาติกับเด็กโรงเรียนปกติไหมแล้วมันดีหรือไม่ดี So I asked, my question is, do you see the difference between kids from international school and Thai school, and do you believe it's good or bad?
ที่เห็นได้ชัดเลยหนูว่าเรื่องของภาษาแล้วในโรงเรียนไทยมันยังมีโรงเรียนที่อยู่ในตัวเมืองกับโรงเรียนในพื้นที่ที่ห่างไกลจากตัวเมืองอีกซึ่งเหมือนมันเป็นการแบ่ง3ชนชั้นนะคะแบบเขาเปรียบเทียบระหว่างโรงเรียนนานาชาติกับโรงเรียนไทยแต่ลืมว่าโรงเรียนไทยมันยังมีโรงเรียนที่อยู่ในพื้นที่ที่เขาอย่างโรงเรียนประจำจังหวัดหนูเติบโตในโรงเรียนที่เรียกว่าพื้นที่ชายขอบบางสิ่งบางอย่างค่ะมันเข้ามาถึงแค่โรงเรียนต่างจังหวัดก็จริงนะแต่ต่างจังหวัดในตัวเมืองแต่ของหนูเหมือนเป็นพื้นที่ห่างไกลของเป็นต่างจังหวัดของต่างจังหวัดอีกทีอะค่ะ ใช่ค่ะอย่างที่เห็นได้ชัดเลยก็คือเรื่องของภาษากับอีกเรื่องหนึ่งก็คือเรื่องของ soft skill หนูรู้สึกว่าโรงเรียนต่างจังหวัดของต่างจังหวัดไม่ค่อยมีเลยค่ะเรื่องของ soft skill ใช่เวลาเขาไปเจอสถานการณ์ที่มันต้องนำเสนอต้องโดนสัมภาษณ์เนี้ยจะทำให้เขาแบบไม่มีความมั่นใจคือบางทีเขาก็มีแหละค่ะความรู้แต่ว่าเหมือนเขาไม่รู้ว่าเขาจะสื่อสารมันออกมายังไงใช่ค่ะประมาณนี้ขอบคุณค่ะ
Yeah, but we do have you in the room, which means you have an excellent soft skill. But how about you, Cry? Do you think this is a good thing or bad that we have whatever classes in schools?
So based on my experience, I'm actually from a Thai school, but I have a chance to study abroad during my middle school in United States and also during high school in Michigan. And also I just went to study abroad in University of Wisconsin just last semesters. So I would say there's no much difference between international schools or Thai school because at the end we all basically learn the same things because theory whether you learn physics in Thai school or in international school, it's actually the same theory and the same logics. But what I love about the differences between international school and Thai school is that it teaches us that if you want to succeed in life, you need a collaborations. Because in the local schools, they're good at one thing. For example, I'm actually from a Chulalongkorn University, right? But I have to go work with the local business owner, like I mentioned before about the greenhouse farming. I don't know about agriculture because I never do agriculture in my life. But most of the local students, they are artisans. They work with their families since they were born. They know how to do agriculture, or even the business that I work in Payao, which is the Thai fabric. They know how to do Thai fabric. They know how to design. But what I know is about the business knowledge and business framework. So we collaborate with each other. So it's an integration between local wisdoms and the modern business framework. So I would say in the business perspective, there's a great things about the differences because it's teaching us that we need each others. But if everything is the same, then everyone can survive on their own. So I just want to summarize as there's no difference.
There are 3 points that go ahead, Nathan.
I agree with you. Actually, there is no difference. But the main difference, if we can see between international school and local school, is in the discipline. International school, when they say 8 o'clock, everybody ready by 8 o'clock. That's the discipline from the international school. And also now international school, many of them, they implementing mindfulness. So mindfulness is the way to disciplining the mind. And I'm sure no parents in the world, when they send their children to the school, they don't want to see their children come back with sadness, with anger, with all the bad emotion. So international school provide more education in mindfulness in order to calm down their students. Thank you.
Actually, I would like to, before I conclude this conclusion, I got someone I would like to ask. Maybe I ask Kun Prit. We see two kind of different problems. The first one is that having a lot of international school in Thailand actually brought up the new S-curve for Thailand. Actually, I see a lot of people from my friends around the world, they choose Thailand to send their kids to. So basically, international school in Thailand can be an economic driver in Thailand. But at the same time, we see some argument that having too many or international school can cause a clashing of having that increasing more inequality. So what is the balance? How do you see this as an opportunity or threat in socioeconomics?
So I think having heard from many of the panelists, I think we are aware that at the moment international schools in Thailand are able to deliver quite high quality education. But I think speaking as someone working in politics, I think we would fail as a country if the only way to access good quality education is via international schools, right? So I think for me, the target in terms of policy making is how do we make sure that everyone is able to access free and high quality education. Or if I put it more concretely, we probably want an education system that has a high floor and no ceiling. It means that each person may have different preferences, different needs that they can explore, but at least the minimum level of education that everyone is able to access as a right has to be of a high quality, and that's what I mean by a high floor. Right? But if you look at the standard of our public school education right now, not only is it not high quality enough, but it's also not free. Right? So at the beginning of this academic year, which was back in May, I heard a lot of feedback from parents who send their students to public schools that they still have to pay a lot every term. And that led me to question, isn't education supposed to be free? I opened up the Constitution. It says that everyone has a right to good quality education that is free. Right? So I did a little exercise. I posted on my Facebook page and asked parents who send their children to state school to send me information on how much they have to pay each term and send a copy of their school bills. My inbox exploded. On my Facebook page, I think there were like thousands of comments and then hundreds of messages via direct messages. So I started analyzing these public school bills, right? And what I noticed is that even if you take out kind of private school bills and you take out students who learn at public school but in a special curriculum like an EP program, if you look at just the school bills that are for public schools and for students who learn in normal curriculum, on average, it's about, I think, 5,000 baht per term in terms of expenses, right? Which is about 10,000 baht per year, which actually correlates nicely with the information on the slide earlier from the EEF, right? So for me right now, even the most basic education is not free and it's not of a high enough quality. So I think for me, our priority from a political perspective or from a politician's perspective is how do we increase that floor, right? And if you ask me what's the key levers that would be needed to fix this problem, I would say two things. One is we need to redesign how we allocate our resources, both in terms of budget and teachers. Right now, the way the ministry allocates resources is very much on a per head basis. So different schools will have different number of students, and that will impact how much resources each school gets. Right? So from a budget perspective, they have a formula that is heavily tied to the number of students. So if you have 100 students, then you get 100x. If you have 20 students, you get 20x, roughly, right? What that means is that small schools lose out because there are certain fixed costs that do not vary that much, whether your school is large or small, right? So I think in a way, that's why we see a lot of smaller schools or schools with low number of students are currently under-resourced. So that's what I mean by we need to fix our budget allocation formula to make sure that these small schools don't lose out. Similarly, when it comes to allocating teachers, right now the way they allocate number of teachers at each school is they're divided by number of students, right? Which means that if you are learning at a small school with, I think by ministry definition, it's less than 120 students, you may end up dividing the numbers and getting the number of teachers that are not enough for every grade level. So you have a primary school with 6 grade levels, but fewer than 6 teachers. So if you walk into a classroom at those schools, you will see a teacher dividing the room into 2 sections. On the one hand is grade 1, on the other hand is grade 2, and he or she will swap between the two simultaneously, right? And that's not enough to deliver a high quality education. So I think for me, number one is we need to fix the way we allocate our resources, both in terms of budget and personnel. And then secondly, to your point, is we need to decentralize because the constraints and challenges that each school faces will be very different, right? So that means that if we want to make sure that our resources, once allocated, are used efficiently, we need to make sure that the people who make the decision are closest to the problem. So in a sense, school principals should have more autonomy in terms of how to tailor the curriculum to be more in line with what's needed by the students in that area. Once the budget is allocated, I think the school principal should have more autonomy in terms of how that is spent. And if we are worried that maybe sometimes the school principal may not be making effective decisions, then we need to empower school boards to make sure that they are able to hold the school principal to account and to make sure that the school board has representatives of all stakeholders, including teachers, students, parents, as well as local communities. I think in that sense, if we increase school autonomy, that it will ensure that our resources, once allocated to schools, are spent more efficiently. And I think if we can do those two things, so fix the formula for resource allocation and decentralize, then I think we have a better chance of increasing that floor and making sure that everyone is able to access high quality education without having to pay themselves.
Yes, I'm going to you right now anyway. Dr. Gandhi, please add.
Yeah, I'd like to add to Kunprit Ka. I think totally agree. We have a really fundamental problems in terms of the quality of the education and how to access the great quality itself. But if you go back to your questions and how this international help in terms of economic, socioeconomy, for example, I would say back to Ms. Gift mentioned earlier. I think this is a good high quality international school is actually the magnet for the investment. We can attract high quality immigrants, and later on we call expats, and that so-called foreign investment. So that is a good side, absolutely, for international school, and it's obviously Thailand is one of the best in the region, giving that the quality of life itself and quality of education in the national school here. I speak on behalf of a mother and also the politician that my two daughters, the first one go to public school, Thai. The second one go to international school. What I see, they both are great. If you think go to international school can improve English, the answer is yes. But at the same time, English language can be improved elsewhere. I myself come from Thai school. I learned English by self-learn, self-taught, and also watching movie, and also so forth. Global citizen point of view it can also be taught. Doesn't have to be in a national school only, but the way that we teach throughout the school of any kind, to be able to understand and empathize different point of view, understand the global issues, and that actually can embed it in our existing curriculum. What I see as opportunity, there are a lot of analysis that say that, there's going to be the inequality, people are going to set apart, some group will speak just English, the other one just Thai, and they never work together. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Because I see the movement in many international schools that they have a really great facilities. For example, great chemistry lab, IT lab, and they're also open up for Thai school to use their facilities during their downtime, either in the evening or during the weekends. So I see we can leverage the opportunity for both sides. One, having pretty much access of a good quality of facilities. The other one, demand for it. I think this is the job of the Ministry of Education. Do not set them as two bubbles separately. They are actually in Thai societies, and they got to share. And I think the students are really content and pretty delighted when they have the activity together with a Thai school. The kids from international school can teach English to the young kids in the public school. And at the same time, they're friends. So I think this is the way that the adult like us should put the question, not just having the two systems and the separate bubbles, and they're going to create the inequality, and they're going to be enemies in the future. But the grand question is how are we going to blend them? Because they are here in Thailand, in Bangkok, in Thai society, regardless of their nationality. They have the responsibility to be in this society all together in a peaceful way. So I think this is a question that I like to lead to, a sharing economy of the facilities and the knowledge transfer from international school to the public school. What I really like about my daughter's school is they actually teach parents. They're going to call for parent class at 7:30 in the morning and teach how to deal with the well-being, the mental health, the boys' issues. That type of stuff that I learned that this is a super cool, which I honestly didn't see much in the public school, but we can do the same. We can do the same.
Actually, it's an excellent point, and we heard. Could you please?
Just a little bit. I think Dr. Gandhi is absolutely right. In the international school market, the countries that have very high number of international schools are Malaysia and Abu Dhabi. Imagine Thailand can be on top with these kind of competitor. I mean, nationwide, we should be proud of ourselves for having this quality education to compete in the world stage, which we do have at the moment. To support Dr. Gandhi, you know, we have International School Association of Thailand. That's association that do a lot of exchange programs, and if you contact them, if we work together, that's where things can really be collaborated. You might not be aware, but say Thai schools, you teach Krabi Karbong to international schools. You know how Muay Thai is so famous worldwide, right? This is something international schools want, but may not have the right skill the way Thai schools do. With this simple exchange program, I think we could go very far and reduce the gap that people think that there are gaps, but I don't see gaps, but we can reduce the so-called gaps that people say.
Actually, I'd like to add to your point that when I was studying my graduate degrees in the US, the knowledge that helped me connect with a lot of international friends is actually Krabi Karbong. So they said, "Wow, that's wonderful. Let's do Muay Thai." Right? So it's actually some things that we don't actually use our strength in a good enough way. And one thing that I'd like to add, maybe ask Kun Oraon to summarize and pass to like a lot of people, is that actually Thailand probably one of the best situations that we can have the brain gain. So it's actually a lot of countries that develop their last competitiveness actually draw a lot of international brain into their own country, and a lot of these people actually come in as a researcher that they got from university. They got a chance. If you go to actually my PhD advisor is from Cyprus. My another professor is from India. So it's basically US is a good sample that they gain a lot of brain from all around the world, and they support these smart people to stay in their country, support their students, support their family, create a business. So sometimes we see international as a threat, but actually international connection can be opportunities. So I think if you ask, and my first job, I worked for a Japanese company because I was graduated in 1997 financial crisis. All right, so I worked for a Japanese boss, and you know, in a Japanese company, every time these Japanese need to fly back to their country, they cry because they love Thailand so much. They love Thailand so much. So I think that's something that we should think about, that we already have a lot of things, that Thailand is one of the places that actually a lot of people around the world believe that this is one of the best places to stay. So it's something that we should think about, and education probably part of the solutions. So right, actually that's round two. So we mentioned the main problems of Thailand, and we mentioned private sector. Next topic is future skills. So the world is changing. The world is changing so fast. So we have AI and we have education. Some schools prohibit the use of AI whatsoever. Some schools integrate AI in learning. So my first question would be, well, if I start with AI, how do you see AI in education? What is the best use of AI education? Maybe I start with Dr. Komsan, because I believe you have a lot of innovative in your university. Go ahead.
I think that now the AI can help about the student, or not only about the student, but about the teacher to learn the new thing and have to integrate the many data and to analyze the thing that they want to know. These are the opportunity to teach or to learn for the student, and have about the teacher and the student work together by use the AI. Maybe now the student can use the AI more than about the teacher in the university, because the new generation he he can learn about the digital style or digital technology more than about the teacher. Now the teacher have to adjust about the knowledge from the AI because the teacher have to the consultant. I think that's now about the learning is very important by about the professor have to consult the student to work together and use the AI to analyze the system or the thing that they want to do for the innovation, how to make about the innovation, how to integrate about the knowledge or anything. I think that's the AI is the same. It's used for the student, teacher, and all. We can use the AI to do for our lives now.
Anyone want to add points on AI in education? Please go ahead.
Yes, I think that is one point that I went to China a couple of years ago. They also held what kind of world education forum. What I see that is a really good experience. They also setting timing point and also collaboration between country to country to sharing about the student to student, not needed for on-site, but use the AI online to collaboration between. So let me example such as China, India, Europe. They also collaboration their student and sharing experience together, not only in the higher education, I mean also in the high school level. They're also sharing some kind of experience. And the other point is also AI also is a really, we cannot reject about the AI because right now we are very digitalization world. AI agentic that is also comes up. So that is a really skill needed for all the students or might be all the people know about. But for the educational system, it is also in my opinion about what I aware about. I mean, if we maybe added about not only outcome-based education, maybe we have to care about the value-based education. I mean, not only the outcome-based. Because if you look at mostly of the students, they use the AI. If they use in the good way, that is also be synergistic they are learning about. But if they use in the other side, they might be also ChatGPT working rather than them. And if we not focus on the process, synthesis about, maybe AI more clever, but who using this kind of AI maybe not clever. I mean, so this is some kind of, I have to, that is my opinion about not only focus on the outcome-based, maybe also value-based education and also focus on the process and synthesis, let them synthesis about. So AI will be really, really needed for all the humanity for more chance. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just want to share my experience on AI, especially we recognize, by the world community that July is the AI university, and also we have one AI tool called July Genie. It's a kind of the AI that encourages students to learn and to live with it, and then to know to use it responsible. So that's the topic. But for us, we try to concentrate on T3 of using AI. The first T is about testing. What does this mean by testing? We try to do a kind of test whether the student have a kind of capacity or not. What should be the right age of starting using AI? Comparing AI today with what we have in the past, the calculator. The thing that we have in common is like we have ability to access to AI. If you have an internet, you have the technologies, but the thing that are different compared to other country, what should be the right age to allow people to start using AI? In Singapore, they have a kind of the longitudinal study, about using computer, using calculator. They said like at the age of 12, that you have a chance to use the calculator. You know why? Because you start develop your critical thinking, your statistic number, your calculation system already, and then they still do the research, longitudinal study. They don't stop doing it. But when they asked me, what should be the right age in Thailand for using calculator? I just check, in the system, and I realized that there is a kind of regulation ban. If you are still young, you cannot put the calculator in class. But then, how about AI? It should be the same thing that we have to start with tests. What should be the right age? And then follow up on what happened later on or not. So that's a kind of the thing that I would like to challenge to the academic system in Thailand to make the right decision and follow up. And then you may change the policy later if you don't think it fixed. And then the second one that I would like to propose, secondly, is it's about teaching. You need to teach AI, but now there are a number of tools, a number of organizations that try to offer you free classes. But how about framework of teaching? What is the reason, what is the kind of purpose to start the teaching? It's not just teaching and then with the AI passport or something to access to the technology, but it's a kind of the teaching for what purpose that you have to clear enough. And the last one is AI will not work if there is nothing about training. That's an important one because AI is not smart if you don't train them. That's right. But if you train them with data, they can help you in terms of analyze the information about your mental health issues. That's what we have done a number of the research to train, and then we try to make it a kind of the collaboration among different countries in terms of the training to have a kind of face recognition, the level of the mental situation when you call for help. And believe it or not, now we still need to train AI to recognize the way Thai people cry and are talking on the phone. That's a thing that you cannot ask AI to be a kind of magic tool for a solution. But if you don't train them, there is no magic happen. And I just want to come to the conclusion that we cannot put ourselves in the AI loop, but we need to ask, people to apply AI to our loop, and then decide the triple three: test, train, and teach. What should be the right purpose of them? So that's my comments on the AI one.
Could I add a little bit more? I strongly agree about, as I'm a pediatrician and Royal of College of Pediatrician of Thailand, not only from Thailand, that is also World Congress we know about, UNESCO definition about the early childhood since conception to 8 years old. And we all know about the sensory integration, learning through play. Sensory integration is strongly recommendation for early childhood. So early childhood is a little bit, if you use the AI just only for helping, not for the children child center at the beginning. You have to use the sensory integration much more for the early childhood, conception to 8 years old. So this is one of information. The other point, we teach a lot about the AI, but we did not care about the ethics and plagiarism about. So that is also one of the warning signs to use about the AI, to use helping the education system. Thank you.
Yeah, before I move on, I got my personal experience on AI. Since I cannot prevent my kids to use AI, they use it anyway. So it's the rules that once you have homework, the first time is never without any AI. Just the first time do it yourself, but I know that's never happened. All right. So let me ask Kun Kai, in terms of student, what student thinks in terms of should you allow to use AI in education and how?
Okay, so I grew up in the intersections between not having AI and having AI, but luckily I haven't used the AI during like my late years in the universities. So I remembering that I feel like the core of learnings come from two parts. First part, you struggle first, then you learn from the struggle. But once you are introduced to AI, they give you instant answers. So it eliminates the struggle parts. You only get the instant answers. And I also agree with Dr. Sriadel that ethical judgment is also important. Nowadays, younger generations may be underdeveloped in these judgment skill, or we can say that analytical thinking about, do you know that the answers that the AI giving to you is the right or wrong? Or like any judgments that you make with the AI. If you ask the AI the wrong questions, they give you the wrong answers. And also, how do you integrate those into your real life? Because I remember studying in middle school in United States, in Michigan, first time going study abroad, I have to open like dictionaries, like during at night to just read one page of English literatures. But what I gained from that, because I learned to struggle. I learned the discipline of learning. You struggle first, then you learn later. You try first. You make the wrong mistake. You learn from mistake. I think everyone heard this quote before. You learn from mistake. You never learn from like a success scenarios. So I would say AI is a great tool. We can't deny the wave of AIs. At the end of the day, every kids will use AI. But one of the skills that we need to input into this younger generation is ethical judgment and academic judgment too.
คุณปริญญาสิริครับได้ใช้ AI ไหมครับชอบใช้ไหมคิดว่ามันช่วยเรียนไหม
หนูเพิ่งรู้จัก AI ตอนม.5 ค่ะแล้วก็ก่อนหน้านั้นอ่ะหนูไม่รู้จัก AI เลยก็คือเรียนโดยการหาทุกอย่างเองแบบเปิดหนังสือเองแต่พอมารู้จัก AI มันช่วยเราเรียนค่ะแต่ว่าพอไปเรื่อยๆค่ะเหมือนเพื่อนในห้องเขาเริ่มให้มันเรียนแทนหนูมองว่าเราควรที่จะให้มันเป็นคนที่ช่วยเราเรียนไม่ใช่ให้มันเรียนให้เรา
So do you believe AI should be controlled in learning เราคิดว่าการจะใช้ AI ช่วยเรียนเนี่ยดีใช่ไหม
ดีค่ะ
แล้วเราต้อง control ไหมว่าจะทำยังไงให้มันไม่เรียนแทนเรา
หนูคิดว่าเราต้องรู้จักมันค่ะ
So but if the teacher don't tell this is the rules of using AI or not this is allowed to use AI this is not allowed to use AI this is how you shoot AI then student cannot know how is the best way to use AI as an help in terms of education เราต้องให้ครูบอกไหมว่าอันไหนใช้ AI ได้อันไหนใช้ AI ไม่ได้แล้วครูกำหนดกฎแล้วไหม
เมื่อก่อนครูเขาห้ามใช้เขาบอกเขาแบบเวลางานชิ้นนี้ส่งเขาบอกห้ามใช้ AI เลยแต่มันก็จะมีเด็กที่แบบแอบใช้ใช่ค่ะแบบ
ดูก็รู้ครูแกล้งโง่ไปงั้นแหละ so does the teacher know this student using AI or not can ครูรู้แยกออกไหมว่าการบ้านที่แบบเพื่อนคนนี้ใช้ AI ช่วยทำคนนี้ไม่ใช้ AI
มันแยกออกค่ะเพราะว่าภาษาที่ใช้อ่ะคือคำบางคำเด็กมันไม่รู้จักอะค่ะแต่ว่ามันโผล่ขึ้นมา
Okay so that leads to the next question to the Ministry of Education so should we have the rules of regulate how AI or other technologies that relate to education can be used in the classroom or do we have such rule yet
we must have the AI guardrails to look after these cases. But for me, I think that the rule may not important as the literacy that the teacher have. Because if we have set the rules, maybe they break the rules as well. So then the first thing that we have to equip with the teacher and our students is the AI literacy. smart enough to know how to use it, how to use the AI. I like to add with the Dr. Suriyadel that the Office of Education, we have the policy to reduce the screen time for the early childhood children, because there is so many research supported that screen time have the negative effects to our kids, our students, and it's might affect to their learning as well. So then we have this policy, and then we don't leave them alone. We must not say that you shouldn't use your phone, but the kid said, so what they are going to do without the phone. So then we have the policy to reduce the screen time, and we encourage that they have to have the more relationship with their parents. This is the way that the parents and the school and the teacher and the kids must learn together to use the digital device, to use the social media, to use the AI, because the Ministry of Education, we understand that the AI is maybe the great equalizer for the education system. If we develop it in the right way, it can be an AI-powered learning platform that become the superpower virtual tutor for in the area that they have the teacher shortage problems. But this AI platform, it's not like the today AI platform that we used to. Now we have the AI chatbot, right? We talk with the AI. But the platform is the AI power that the student learn through the platform, and the platform adapt the content that proper for the students, each students. That is AI power. It's not an AI platform, it's AI power. But for the AI chatbot, this is very dangerous especially for the students, because there are so many research that talk about the AI psychosis, that the negative effect to their brain and their social lives because of the AI. And the children, the students, they don't have they don't critical enough to have curiosity to learn that AI have hallucinate or not, or this is the right question. So as Dr. Suriyadel said, we are now focusing on the process of the learning more than the outcome based education that AI can answer you everything, but the learning process is very important to our kids, our students, and even for us, it's very important for us as well, because when we talk with the AI, we have to have every time. Yeah.
Actually, there's a certain questions. First question is, should we allow the use of AI in the school? The second is, our teacher have what you call AI literacy in the level that good enough to judge how to use AI effectively in the school? So that's the second question. And the third question is the platform itself and the data. How should we control? How are we controlling the discussions of people in Thailand related to our kids about that talk we have been talking about, like data sovereignty or anything that when we have this question floating around the platform. So before I talk about how the data or AI should be handled at the higher stage, I would like to ask, in terms of educator, do you believe our teacher in our school or our university know enough about AI to control it in the classroom, or even have AI literacy enough to teach the kids? Or maybe Dr. Pitev, you'd like to ask what your experience?
About 3 years ago, so educator just asked the question, should we allow the AI in education? But nowadays, I don't think that should be the question. It's not about restriction. It's going to talk about responsible use, because we know the world, they invest a lot on AI. And every day you can see the powerful of the AIs, because just half a year, so we just use ChatGPT, but now we have the cross co-work, and they just try to use it. So it just so surprises why the AI, they come up some of the outcomes that the people might spend almost half a year to complete that. But that cross co-work can complete within probably 5 minutes. So that's questioning, because my background from IT, programmer, we learned almost 4 years about the programming to have the skill to program some application. But when we just prompt the cross co-work, it's come up with all the source code and everything. The question will be how we can educate our students to be in this changing, the real changing world. So my point is, if the people, they can spend the subscribe fee with the powerful tool, so how we gonna differentiate our graduates, our students, different from others? Because the powerful outcomes will come from the tool that you spend the money on. So my thought, it's still consider about human, like the human network. If we can have our students to understand about how to build friends, because I don't think AI too can help you to make friends, right? Today we make the connection. So I think this is important, how we're gonna make a differentiate of our graduate. The second, I think, is about human skills, communication, critical thinking, like about soft skills. I think AI still have some gap that can have these soft skills in the few years from now, but we don't know in the future. And the last important skills, I believe we have to have very high human intelligence, because this artificial intelligence, AI. But if you cannot have the high human intelligence, you're going to be controlled by AI. What does it mean? Because I use about 3 or 4 tools of the AIs, but at the end, who's going to be the decision maker? It has to be myself. I use ChatGPT, I use Gemini, it come up with the result. But I have to be good enough to make the final decision. I still believe that the human intelligence is still very important. So that means we have to be with AI for sure. But as educators, we have to make sure we can increase the high human intelligence that make our students or our graduates more clever than AI. So AI will be just foundation or fundamental skills, but we need to improve the human intelligence for our graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kumsan, at Lat Krabang, do you have a policies of AI in the classroom?
Yes. Now I think that's the problem of the university is about the skill of the teacher for use the AI now. We encourage and we are about the teaching for the student and our staff to learn the AI. I think that's more the advanced AI, not about the basic AI. If they know very well, they can consult about the student. Now, the student use AI more than about our staff. This is the problem. But I think that's if about our staff, about the teacher or the person who concerning about the student to know the advanced AI, they can the real thing to consult our student in the live way. Thank you.
Yeah, so your staff and teacher have to use it anyway, right? Otherwise, it is impossible to control or teach them. How about Chulalongkorn University?
For Chulalongkorn University, in the near future, I mean in upcoming August, AI will be our assistant for the faculty. But you have to allow a kind of the permission for them to access to your syllabus, to your class material, so they can help you to develop some kind of the test for the student to make sure that they pass some certain kind of level that you expect. But at the end, for the exam, they need to come in class. They cannot use any kind of those device. You need to meet them in person to make sure to guarantee that you talk to the real human, and you're going to graduate them as a human, not AI in a kind of the human being. So that's the way that we back to basic in terms of testing the quality of the student. But we encourage professor to help the student in terms of assist them with the AI technology, and then we have our own sovereign to make sure that the idea is not leaked to the other system. So that what we try the best in terms of being with AI and bring them to be part of human loop.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Khun Parit in terms of policymakers, since you already hear that we cannot, well, AI going to be in our system anyway. So do you think what level of control should we implement in school to make sure that our education system at the optimum points of using AI? Have any idea?
Yes, so I think when we talk about the role of AI in education, we are having three different conversations that are linked, but they are different, right? The first conversation is AI as a skill requirement. The second conversation is AI as a tool in learning. And the third conversation is AI as a risk that we need to manage and mitigate, right? I'll go one by one. The first conversation we're having is AI as a skill requirement. So essentially, when there's new technology, on the positive side, we need to think about how we can equip our students and our people to be able to make use of that technology to become more productive in whatever things they do, right? Similarly to when a calculator was invented, we need to equip our students to be able to know how to use the calculator in order to calculate more quickly. In a similar situation, we also need to think about how we can increase the skills of our students to be able to know how to use AI and to make themselves more productive in different tasks, right? But on the flip side, I think we also need to be careful about whether reliance on AI will reduce the ability to form certain skills that we feel are still necessary. So, for example, I compare to the calculator example. If we still believe that the ability to add, divide, subtract, multiply without a calculator is still essential, we need to manage how we design our math classes to make sure that there is a certain amount of time where students are able to learn about how to add, multiply, subtract, divide before they actually use a calculator. So in a similar way, if we feel that the skills in terms of what someone mentioned, the struggle to find knowledge, right, is still an important skill, then we need to think about how do we ease in the use of AI to make sure that it doesn't substitute that learning process entirely, right? So I think that's the first conversation we need to have, is that what are the implications of AI in terms of the skills that we need, both in terms of being able to make better use of technology, but also to make sure we still have the skill sets that are important, that it's not completely displaced by AI. The second conversation I think we've been having is AI as a tool in learning and teaching, because that actually opens up a lot of possibilities in terms of improving our education quality, right? So for example, we can think about how we can use AI in classrooms to help develop many skills that we've been talking about. For example, we talk about how we want to improve the skills of our students in terms of asking questions. Using AI is one particular way that you can help to develop that muscle, because it helps you, trains you in terms of asking questions that lead to an answer or leads to getting the solution that you want to solve, right? Similarly, we talk about improving our communication skills, like English, right? The ability to use AI as a practice arena for communicating in English, whether verbally or via writing, is another possibility that we can use AI in, right? Similarly, we always say that the utopia of education is personalized learning, to make sure that we are able to design the learning journeys that adapt according to each learner's needs and preferences and struggles. Well, if you leverage AI, that is one way which we can make sure that the content that each student sees is tailored to the preferences and the understanding that he or she has. So for example, if you think about an assessment, the first question, every student might have the same question. But depending on how you answer each question, the next set of questions you get will be very different depending on the needs of each student, right? So that's something which AI can help. Or even in terms of helping teachers, right? It can help reduce some of the administrative work that is currently using up a lot of the teachers' time. For example, like paperwork or scheduling is something which AI can completely take care of, to make sure that we free up the time of teachers to spend with students and do things that AI can never do, right? For example, you could argue that AI is increasingly being able to act as a counselor, but I think that empathetic human touch that teachers can provide to their students is something which AI cannot really replace, right, or fully replace. So that's a second conversation which we need to have, and I think that's tied to what many people have mentioned before, that there is a need to train teachers in terms of how to use AI. I don't see AI as being a substitute of teachers. I see it as being a complement to teachers. It helps to increase the productivity of teachers in terms of delivering good quality education to their students. And then the third and final conversation is AI as a risk to mitigate. I don't think anyone is saying that we should deny AI in education, but I think we are aware of the risk that comes with it, whether in terms of data privacy, whether in terms of potentially harmful content, or the implication it has on the concentration level of students, or even mental health concerns. And when we talk about AI here, I think it's not limited to just AI, but also excessive use of social media could also lead to those risks as well. So we're not saying we're going to live in a world without social media or without AI, but how do we mitigate those risks? So I think before coming to a conclusion on the policy, I think what really needed is scientific evidence in terms of the impact that it has. And I leave with one interesting statistic that I found from an Ipsos survey last year. Because the world was talking about how to potentially limit the usage of social media or AI by younger people. It turns out that the proportion of people in Thailand that supports banning social media for people under 14 is actually lowest compared to other countries that were surveyed. So it means that the consensus that we have in society right now is not there yet. So if we are going to move towards thinking about how to restrict the usage or access to social media or AI by younger people, then I think we need to work harder in terms of gathering scientific evidence and having a conversation to arrive at that consensus.
Actually, this the last point by Khun Prit, it's very important. As a father myself, I believe that the change in the technologies in the world happens everywhere and every second, which means first question is we cannot outsource parenting. I mean, like a lot of parents when we try their best to pick the best school for their children, but in the end, parenting is never about outsourcing. Well, in the end, you have to be the one who be the toys, to be the teacher. and a lot of students they learn from by seeing what parents doing, even moral standards. So I think and technologies come in every day. At the point that we don't have scientific evidence yet, we should be the one who are very closely linked with the school, with the teacher, with the kids, and how to deal with this use of technology. I think that's something that as a Thai people, we also shouldn't outsource everything to the politician. It's not possible. It's a negligence in a way. So that three point, that excellent point by Khun Prit. Dr. Gandhi, do you think anything you'd like to add in terms of as a policy making, looking into use of AI?
Before I answer your questions, let me share our finding, our research of Future Tales Lab. Back in the day that we did not have the first version of ChatGPT just yet. So you can search along AI in Education by Future Tales Lab was granted by UNESCO. Let me paint to you the scenario of Thai education from worst to best. Scenario number one, we call collapsing. If we use AI very widely without any knowledge, we're going to end up in a scenario called machine enslaving education. No teacher, การศึกษาสร้างทาส no teacher, because we believe that AI knows everything. So the ministry, so the policymaker thought that let's invest in AI platforms so the kids can learn from it. But we got stuck in a freemium to premium scenario, where if you have a lot of money, you can put more money in and you gain more knowledge, the better way to learn. So we stuck in the gear where inequality is there out of AI models that we need to pay higher. So that's scenario number one. Hopefully we're not going to get there. Scenario number two, we call doubt and doubt education. Again, AI being used in education, but put it in by the information without much knowledge of the educator. So the more data coming out from AI, we were not sure, but still, yet we still believe it on it and still go on. Scenario number three, we call, scenario number two is a constraint. It's better than the number one, but still cannot make much growth for the country. Scenario number three, we call growth. We call delighted and deliberated learning. So we talk about using AI for personal growth. So we learn more, we get to learn different degrees in such a short time. We have AI to help us learning different things, AI help teachers to do so. And scenario number four, which is the team called the transformative scenario, we call learning for empathy and humanities. AI is just the tools to help us learn. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is how we become the better human, how we contribute to the society, not just for ourselves, how we understand the different needs of the people. So go back to everything that we will talk about this afternoon, that mindfulness, mental, morality is the main thing that we should focus on. So back to your question where how policymakers should look at this. Different things. If I go back to the school graders, some school have no mobile zone. Some school has AI free zone. Free zone means no AI, because they want kids to be kids. They want the best of learning when you are in the early years is to explore by all your senses. You climb the tree, you get dirty, you learn from failures. So some schools already implement this, and I agree with them. I mean, young kids don't have to expose so much. If your kids doesn't know how to use AI right now, it's okay, they're not dumb. Soon enough, they're gonna learn so quickly. But they need to understand the danger of AI that come in the form of a phone call that sounds like your mother, the stories on your TikTok that's not real. That is the AI got real. That is an AI ethic that every school needs to teach. Honestly, I'm not really much worried about the young kids. I'm more worried about the boomers out there, that they not really understand, from fake to real. So this is what we need to learn all together. When they grow up in university, I agree with all of you here that we can't really deny, or you can't just no AI in your learning. It's somehow it's right there. But get back to the point of the purpose of learning itself. not to learn just to get the perfect paper, just to get the perfect grades. We need to understand the learning process that they have gone through. So I think to go back to very fundamental of why we learn, because we need to go through the right learning process. We need to learn from failure. We need to learn from curiosity and find out and struggling. So back to universities, and thank God that I quit that job a long time ago before the AI. That must be difficult these days. But I think let's go back to the fundamental and the importance of the educator, the teacher itself, to ask the questions. And that's why the face-to-face learning would never go away. The face-to-face learning will become a premium, privileged, and a real learning going on. Because if you look at the paper, you take a take-home exam, you can have the tools all you want. But if you need to have the intellectual debates, at that right there would teach you and would classify from good or bad, or from smart and not so smart, and how to solve the problem instantly. So my question to you, my answer to you is, we go back to the basic. Teacher as a human will not be replaced. Educator as a face-to-face learning will be even more important in the future.
All right, we spent quite some time on the topics. Yes, Dr. Sriadeo, please.
Okay, I have one thing that I would like to, that is in every crisis, that is also the best opportunity to have. I mean, educational system right now, mostly they use the high stake test, very high competitiveness level. So mostly of the teacher, they spend a lot of time to a lot of like compulsive education. If we use this kind of opportunity to AI revolution, we are talking a lot more about the AI. If we also capacity of the teacher, educator to be a facilitator, let them be a facilitator and also scaffolder, not just only facilitator in this opportunity. Build the capacity of all the teacher to have facilitator and a scaffolder. It will be the best opportunity to facing this kind of AI, and you can use the AI as a learning process to get our kids to be more clever and also have ethics to use about. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hatanto, please.
Thank you. So I think based on what I heard, I think what we need in order how to use AI is wisdom. We need how to use technologies wisely. Right? So the question is, what is wisdom? That usually when we talk about wisdom, age, experiences, but wisdom, a simple understanding of a simple law of nature. What is the law of nature? The law of cause and effect, the law of action-reactions. I think we have to educate children, the young, of this law, so that install in the mind of the young the law, so that they think, they speak, they do based on the law, instead of emotions. So when they have the wisdom how to use the technology wisely, understand first the consequences. If my mind keep holding on, attaching to this technology, what will be the consequences? Right? And then the second wisdom that we need to learn and understand installed in the mind of the young. The simple law of impermanence. We all know the law, but do we understand the law? So understanding the impermanent in order to detach, to let go the attachment of the mind. If the mind doesn't know how to let it go, the mind hold on and keep playing, keep using that AI, and there won't be limit. Even though you issue the best law, but the mind will find a way. Sneak out, hiding, right? Just like when there was a shooting in Connecticut in the U.S., when the U.S. President Obama issued gun control, and I wrote the letter to him and a proposal. Gun control is nice, right? But mind control is better, because a gun you put in the locker, 1,000-year gun will not harm anyone. But in the hand of an evil mind, sick mind, then gun kill. So educating, developing the mind, installing the law in the mind of the young. I think it is important now in order to know how to use it wisely and in order to live their life also wisely. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the comments. I'd like to come back and talk about this probably in the last sector because we ran out of time. But that's one. We've been discussing a lot about AI technologies, but that's one key question, which is about. I've been talking with Dr. Apitep during the lunch that since the world changing so fast, and there's a lot of technologies coming, and it's directly related to employment, that some job is disappear. And some job it's prospering right now. If I recall my time, I finished my bachelor degree in 1997 and went to States in 1998. That was the time that South Korea invests a lot into be the fast internet access in the world, and they invest a lot in they send a lot of people in entertainment industry to LA. That before K-pop. And that's before semiconductor. And then we see a lot of like Taiwanese industrial invest a lot in semiconductor. And I'm talking about 20 years ago. And we see a lot of country invest in robotics. Japan, for example, China. So we see that a lot of change take times. So if we talk right now and we go back in time, we're going to ask why Thailand not invest in material science, in space technology, in internet access, in AI, but we couldn't turn back time. So my question is, we're talking about 2026 right now, and should we add some new skill in our curriculum? And what skill are we talking about? And which going to make a big difference in 10 years from now? Do you believe that we should add new skill in Thai school or Thai university? And what skills are we talking about? Do we need any idea? Maybe Dr. Apitep, you'd like to start?
So when we discuss about the future skills, I think that this design of the education is really important, how we can groom our graduate and can serve the need of the market. So in the past, when we design any curriculum, normally we look at about the 3 E's concept. The first is enrollment. After we enroll, we educate. And after educate, how we can make sure our graduates, they will be employed. So this journey of the 3E will be like the concept. But nowadays, I just met with one of the employers. They told me that now they have to import the talent employees from overseas because our graduates cannot meet the needs of their corporate. So they say the work is still a lot, but we cannot have our graduates to be ready for this changing world. So the question is, when we look at this, the cycle of curriculum, normally we're talking about 4 years. So when we say, okay, we're learning, design the learning outcomes of the 4 years, but how do we know that the learning outcomes after 4 years still be needed by the employers? So the question will be how we're going to have the programs that embedded the need of the employers just right away when they have the education process. So my point is, the cycle of the 4 years is too long. So now they have like the programs, cooperative, integrated education, or CV. I think this program is very important to make sure that they can produce the job ready for the graduate. So now when we talk about, at the moment, what the required skills, so we can just say that, okay, today is AI literacy for sure. and the critical thinking and the communication skill. So, but in the next few years, the required skills will be changes. So my recommendation of the education system, how we can embed it, the employment process with the education process. Meanwhile, that when we educate our students in the programs. So this is my point. So means the required skills by the employers have to be embedded and designed in the programs, and the students not just only learning from the classroom, but they have to make sure they go and they learn from the real industry and connect with the industry even when they study at the university. Yes.
Yes, thanks. So you believe that the industry side has to feed back to the education system. So I just been informed that Dr. Parichat has to leave early. So I won't let you leave easily. So I have to ask you this question. So as a Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, so the question I asked must be discussed with the university as well.
Okay, yeah, you know what happened at Chulalongkorn University? How many curriculum do we have? We have 400 something curriculums. So it means quite a lot. It means once we change something, you may not recognize. If we don't promote, if we don't let you know, that's the challenge for us to make a kind of the improvement. But if you look carefully to something, I still keep focusing on the same answer. It's the word of choice. That's the thing that is a kind of requirement that we were asked from every stakeholder to give more choice for students. Especially if you're sure that you recruit the high quality of the student to be a part of your curriculum system, you have to make sure that at the end they end up with graduation and your diploma, and then satisfied with their future career. That's a kind of the challenging things. Now it's come back to the the thing that we were assigned. It's like to find the way to make more choice with for our current students, to make sure that they end up with the career, just the starting point of learning and exploring the new world. So that's a kind of challenging thing. So let me come back and then make some kind of explanation in terms of an example. We bring a number of stakeholders to design, to co-design and develop the new curriculum. 3 years ago, now it's our 4th year already. That's 4 years back. It's on engineering school. You know what happened? We select 300 students. They have to confirm that they want to study in the computer science. They cannot quit and then go to a different choice program. They have to come with us. And then the program decide like you study with us half a year. And then with us means faculty member, means the industry. And then you need to develop something. And then by the end, you get certificate, not the degree. You can quit. And then you get the square, you get a high by your boss, and then once you think it's expired, you come back and then learn more, do a kind of the project together, and then if you complete the 4.5 year, you get the degree. So it means we try to end up with listen to a number of stakeholders. One stakeholder is the student. If the degree is not important, just quit it and go to work. And then we try to fit with what the workforce industry expect. We love to have people who can practice. And then why not wait? Come with us and then design the curriculum and work together to make sure to guarantee that it work well. We also work closely with international community so they can come to us, select the right student, have them a choice, and then offer them a kind of the degree or whatever you have, so they can have a kind of international experience, and then coming back with what we call dual degree program. And you may not believe that this thing happened, but because we have 400 something degree program, so we don't have more chance to do a kind of the PR thing, and then to let people know that we do change at the same time. So back to what you asked, what's going to happen 10 years from now? We sure that as a university, we survive. That's what we sure, and we sure that we survive at the international standard. But what we worry is how about the society? Can we survive together? That's a kind of challenging things. And then if I would like to come back, I just want to keep stress on the same thing. You know, Ajahn Suradel just come later on. It's about we have 2 ministers. Why not just one? Who focus on education, you know, from starting point up until the old age lifelong learning. Because at Jula, we do have demonstration school, and then we prove that education cannot go separately from foundation to higher education. They need to be all in one. And real design with the pathway, and you don't need to worry if we have 18, 20 ministers coming, but if we have the real pathway and then use the data centric to decide or to decide what should happen next with a number of stakeholders, I'm sure we all survive. And we may join hands with the international community and then do what? Become hub of the world in terms of learning, in terms of growing together. That's what my dream. So.
All right, thanks a lot for your very valuable comments. I can leave. I can let you leave now. So actually,
sorry.
Yes,
Before
Ajahn
Parichat leave, I would like to answer only one skill that you asked about. The question you asked is new skill, right?
New skill.
Mine is human skill.
Human skill.
And in composite, it's not only my opinion, we discuss in psychiatrists and psychologists the whole world. And we focus on the human skill. It composing about the resiliency. I mean, the new generation, they should have some kind of resiliency. And much more better than resiliency is adversarial growth. That is, they can tolerance. This is the first. They should have know about the multicultural conflict management. They should have some kind of curiosity that we also discussed a lot before. And what about is the other point is interdisciplinary. If you look at some other university in the world, they have also very interdisciplinary. It's not this is the faculty of architecture, this is faculty of engineer, something about. No, it's just only on project-based interdisciplinary. So if we be preparing for the AI new future, that means we would like to have human skill. Thank you.
Dr. Cyril, thanks a lot for adding on that. Actually, before I come here and moderate today's sessions, I did some homeworks. So because I also ask myself every day, how should I prepare my kids in terms of educational path? And I spend a lot of time doing studies. Dr. Oh knows very well. So I finished bachelor to doctorate degrees, and a lot of skill that I learned has been changed a lot for the last like 20 years. So in the future, probably there's no the degrees of certain career may be totally changed. So actually I've been thinking about 3 main skills I'd like to add into your questions. The first one is the ability to orchestrate. So it's basically, instead of like engineers, we becoming the question to raise the question, to understand the system, and then monitor. So it's become ability to like be a conductor. And that our tools may be robotics, maybe AI, maybe a part of agentic AI, or maybe a combinations of robot and people. The second would be human-centric skills. So that like Dr. Oh said, that a very high touch by human would be the skill that the robot may never be able to replace. And the third one is actually somewhere in between. So it's basically a pilot, and interact between human interact with machines. So I haven't complete my paper yet. That's my work. But again, so we can see that this part of our discussion relate to technology that's changing. And the questions how to integrate this technology into education system and to help bridging our younger generations from education to the end and give to the work has to be transformed with them. So it's our work as well, not only our kids that need to study, ourselves as an educator has to develop as well. Actually, the next point that I'd like to address is that since a lot is changing and we've seen from two very important points from Kun Parit and also from Dr. Jom Hattaya Sanit, that we can use the technology tools as a system that actually can bridge the gap to help educating our students. But before we have today's discussion, most of the questions actually about, is this changing technology adding into wider inequalities? Like some school may not have ability to have like 3D printer, maybe not AI account, maybe the fast internet. So since the world is changing so fast, are the inequality gap is widening or not? Maybe I start with น้องปริญญาสิริ so เรากำลังอธิบายกันว่าโลกเทคโนโลยีมันเปลี่ยนเร็วมากแล้วที่น้องอธิบายว่ามันมีโรงเรียนชายขอบของชายขอบโรงเรียนจังหวัดโรงเรียนขยับไปอีกโรงเรียน international school มีหลายเกรดอีกในฐานะเด็กเนี่ยเรารู้สึกไหมว่ามันมีแกลบในการเข้าถึงเทคโนโลยี so my question is since we have a lot of different levels of affordability in terms of technology in our school system, so do you as a student see that this could be a problem in terms of widening inequalities?
สำหรับพื้นที่ที่หนูอยู่นะคะบางทีการที่จะมีแค่โทรศัพท์เครื่องเดียวมันก็เป็นสิ่งที่ยากสำหรับบางครอบครัวไม่ใช่ทุกคนที่จะเข้าถึงไม่ใช่ทุกคนที่จะมีเงินพอที่จะซื้ออุปกรณ์อะไรหลายๆอย่างได้ใช่ค่ะ
So you see that there will be a gap because we need more tools คือเราต้องการคือสมัยก่อนอาจจะมีโทรศัพท์เครื่องนึงตอนนี้อาจจะต้องมีโทรศัพท์และคอมพิวเตอร์ที่ต้องมี AI ด้วยใช่ไหม
ใช่ค่ะ
Any other points before I spread that questions to the panelists? Is there anything that you feel is not equal, not so equal? ในมุมที่เรามองว่ามันเป็นความไม่เท่าเทียมเนี่ยครับในมุมของนักเรียนมันมี point อื่นไหมครับที่เราอยากให้คนที่อาจจะด้อยโอกาสได้รับความช่วยเหลือ Is there anything you believe that our system need to support the people or community with less opportunities?
หนูอยากให้หลายๆภาคส่วนเขาลงทุนเกี่ยวกับโรงเรียนในพื้นที่ห่างไกลมากทั้งในคุณภาพของโรงเรียนคุณภาพของคณะครูการใช้เทคโนโลยีหรือว่าจะเป็นสื่อการเรียนรู้ค่ะเพราะว่าอย่างที่บอกคือโรงเรียนในพื้นที่ที่หนูอยู่อะหลายๆอย่างเราไม่มีแทบจะแค่มีให้เหมือนกับโรงเรียนประจำอำเภอบางอำเภอในจังหวัดเดียวกันใช่ค่ะบางทีการใช้อินเทอร์เน็ตกับแค่ความเร็วของอินเทอร์เน็ตก็มีผลใช่ค่ะแท็บเล็ตบางทีการจะทำงาน1ชิ้นที่ครูสั่งเด็กบางคนในห้องยังไม่มีอุปกรณ์พอที่แค่งานชิ้นเดียวเขายังไม่สามารถที่จะทำได้บางทีโทรศัพท์ที่เขามีอ่ะมันไม่สามารถทำได้ด้วยซ้ำใช้คุณภาพของโทรศัพท์ของแต่ละเครื่องของแต่ละคนมันก็ไม่เท่ากัน
Yeah, we hear all that real questions from the real people. Actually, Kun Prit also you mentioned earlier is about capital allocations, and we believe that even we have allocated a lot of budget to education, it's still I don't know not enough or whatever. You know anything to add in terms of how to solve this ever challenging questions?
I'll just add certain points. Firstly, I think to your question about whether there is unequal access to technology, I think the answer to that question is quite clear during COVID. Because when schools were closed down and students were forced to learn online, we saw that there's still a high level of inequality in terms of access to technology. And when we talk about access to technology, I think we're talking about three things. One is access to hardware, whether mobile phones or tablets, as we mentioned. Secondly is the internet, because we saw that during COVID, there were some people who were able to access smartphones, but they were unable to afford the internet costs that are required for learning videos or accessing education via their smartphones. And then thirdly, I think it's also on literacy and skills, right? Because when we talk about digital divide, it's not just unequal access to hardware and internet, but it's also potentially inequalities in terms of the skill set that are needed to leverage or make use from that technology. So I think the first point is the answer to your question on whether there is digital divide. Yes, definitely. And while that digital divide exists, it's clear that technology is not going to be, a panacea for solving inequality in education. Because provided that not everyone can access technology, we cannot rely on just technology in solving inequality in education. To your second point, I think even in a utopia world where everyone is able to access technology, the question becomes: is that enough for us to solve inequality between schools? For me, the answer is no. Of course, there are certain aspects that technology can be an equalizer. We talked that there are potentially certain areas or certain schools that may lack the number of teachers in certain specific areas. In that sense, having online tools to be able to connect students in those schools with teachers that are specialists in those subjects could be seen to be an equalizer. But when we talk about inequality that we see in education, it's definitely not restricted to issues that can be solved by technology alone. But when we talk about inequality, we're talking about inequality in terms of being able to access food that is of good enough nutrition quality. That's not going to be easily solved by just technology. When we talk about inequality, we're talking about unequal access to support in terms of mental health. On one aspect, technology could potentially help because it could connect you with the experts that can help to provide support or remedy to mental health problems, but that alone is not going to be enough. When we talk about inequality in education, we're talking about certain students in remote areas that have to spend out of pocket to travel to their school with no support from the state in terms of school buses, right? So in that sense, I think it's too narrow to conclude that technology can solve every aspect of inequality between quality of education in Thailand, right? But my third and final point is that, so what can we do, right? I think three things that we can do. The first I already mentioned is on budget allocation, right? Because I think right now, one of the key reasons that we have inequality between schools is that the budget and the personnel resources are not fairly allocated. So if we can fix that formula in terms of, allocating budget as well as number of teachers that are not entirely dependent on a calculation based on the number of students in each school, then I think we can get a fairer allocation. Secondly is once that allocation is made, then the school autonomy or providing autonomy to schools in terms of deciding how that money is spent, right? That will help. That will mean that each school will be able to spend money on areas that are needed most, right? If a certain school right now feels that investing in more computers, in technology could help their students, then that's maybe the way to go. But if, let's say, a different school feel that actually they need to invest more in terms of mental health personnel or non-teaching personnel to support certain work in the schools, then they can use it for that purpose as well. By giving that autonomy, I think it means that, with the same 100 baht, it can be spent in a much more efficient manner. But the third point that I haven't talked about is actually how do we create a seamless education system which can cater for certain students that may have certain restrictions in terms of learning in a traditional school format. So, for example, we saw the statistic by EEF that there are about, I think, 1 million students, right, that are potentially at risk or are already out of school, right? Of course, if we can make education truly free, that can be one way in solving that issue. But if we dive deeper into those statistics, we realize that there are certain students who are currently, for economic reasons, are kind of forced to have to spend some time outside school to help to work with their family, right? I mean, obviously that's not what we want to see in the future, but in the immediate term, in terms of how we can help them, I think one potential solution that's been talked about a lot is how do we make sure that the experiences that they get from their work can be translated into school credit. So it means that they don't have to, the way to access education is not, it doesn't have to just be them attending school 5 days a week. But if for certain reasons they cannot attend school every day of the week, how can we make sure that the experience outside school, which could lead to certain skills formation, can be converted into school credit and enable them to be able to still remain in the education system, even though they may not be able to remain in schools, right? That is something which I think we need to work harder in terms of developing that system to ensure that there is seamless connection between education in a traditional school format and in other types of formats. And in that sense, that it could be one way we can protect our students from not dropping out of the education system, even though they may have to drop out of schools.
That's very something to think about, very creative solutions that I think is be able to implement. Too bad Dr. Krayot cannot add on to that. Dr. Gandhi, do you have any actionable strategy to reduce the problems of inequalities in education from your point of view?
Sure. I want you to look forward just a bit. In the year of 1995, I'm pretty sure you were not born yet, we are in the point where the electricity is not covered the whole country just yet, 1995. And we talk about the education inequality and unable to access even the education, let alone the good quality education. Way back then, we have the LTV, distant learning TV. So from that point, 30-something years ago, I think this project made some change in terms of some people you still recall we have Kru Tu, the teacher in the televisions to some certain place. That takes years to see the accomplishment. And I would like to fast forward just a bit to now today. AI is a new electricity per se. And we are talking about the inequality. I think the story kind of rhymes itself, but we need to think it right, where we can use this technology to help close out the education inequality. What I feel, I could be a little bit more optimistic about the technology. Digital infrastructure has to cover 100% of Thailand. This should be the promise of the government anywhere. Either you are far away in the mountain, is someplace that should be accessed. But to tell you the truth, as of now, by the percentage of high-speed internet coverage in Thailand, it's not low, it's high. But I'm sure that a lot of places it's not covered yet, but it's still high, like 90% of the country. So I want to see this as opportunity to gear towards the AI in learning. I myself, that I can feel like if we use the right technology, the kids that in remote area should be able to access high quality education in the same manner as the people in the urban area. Because a teacher doesn't have to be there physically all the time, but the teacher or the good learning approach, or the way we do the problem solving can be learned online. But that yet again, go back to the point that you raised. The digital infrastructure is a government responsibility to do that, and it should be the promise. So my point here that there's a lot of things that we need to do, but I would never lose hope. I feel like things moving forward, but we need to use the technology wisely, and this is going to be a time that we're going to do it pretty wisely. Second point, I'm looking at the amount of investment. I don't know what to call investment or spending. Let's call it spending, because if this investment, I will ask for ROI, just like Kun Prit just mentioned. We spend billions, 100 billions in these platforms out of 1995 up until today. What I should ask as a policymakers and people who were in parliament, that these monies, if it's going to be investment for education and this is going to be the investment for the future of our kids, what is exactly ROI? Because feel like every time we get a new government, the new platform popped up. We never know what they did with the old platforms. We spend billions out of that. And this is a responsibility that people in the parliament should really take charge, because we talk about the future of our kids throwing away by the spending that we don't know the ROI just yet. Yeah, so I'd like to support, Prit just mentioned earlier, the effectiveness of the budget, the efficiency, how do we disperse out.
It's too bad that everything has limited time, including these sessions. And I still have lots in my papers to ask. But anyway, I believe that we reach certain useful discussions. And I'd like to, then we reached the final round, and to kind of try to conclude this wonderful conversations. So it's basically, we have discussed a lot in terms of the problems in itself, the technology, the changing narrative, the changing situations, and basically inequality. So, and we don't have unlimited time. And we're talking about our future for our kids and our country as well. So the last round, I'd like to ask for your recommendations. The question I have on my script is actually, if Thai education doesn't change, what will happen in the next 10 years? That's actually in my script. And I would ask to be like more creative and productive questions of, and how could we make the next 10 years to be the Thai education platform that can take us to prosperity. So I'd like to ask everyone in the panel, maybe Dr. Surya Deo first.
For the tough question. If nothing changed, I mean, you know that right now, even in the teenager, adolescent, suicidal rate is 2% per day. Suicidal rate. I'm not talking about the attempt suicide. That is also 20 times more than 2% per day. Imagine about why. Even that is a medical student. That is yesterday, just a couple of days ago, we also heard about the news of medical student also suicide. So we do not, if educational systems will be in high competitiveness level like this, since kindergarten to the whole process, like an industrial. Humanity is not industrial. It's not like a factory that is your one size fit all and all everything in high competitiveness like this. And imagine about the total fertility rate, and also imagine about the demographic. Imagine about the aging society. Imagine about the quality of the person if nothing change. That is really tough issue. So what is my perspective about the solution? Let me show only one slide that I'm also preparing about. I would like to have a vision. It's not only be a dependence, all the kids become dependents. We would like them to be an independence, but parallel together we would like let them to be interdependence. Learn to live and learn to love, combination. Not only learn to live, not focus only on learn to live, but also fundamental is learn to love learn to empathy. We talk a lot more about the learn to earn. I heard a lot from many stages that is talking a lot more about the AI. And I heard about the business side sector, they also learn to earn. But my focus is learn to empathy. If they have not combination of this, humanity will be not comes up for the new and suicidal and also attempt suicide. The other point I would like to show this one. I would like to, if you see global and local globalization boundaryless, let's refer back. I mean, if the government also focus on the outstanding of Thailand and they also use the AI like e-workforce and e-volunteer mentoring system, coaching system, I mean coaching and e-workforce coaching system in the middle, that is you see. We would like to all the leader, I mean especially for the Prime Minister or also the cabinet, to know about their vision about how they bring this Thailand in foresight in next 3 years or 5 years from now. If they announce about, they have to preparing about. I mean, they have to preparing since basic education and also the whole process. If you look like, I have 3 kind of humanity skill, foundation skill, and social competency, and also professional in the higher education, combination with their vision. Also, if they have also these kind of route to the research, innovation, workforce, and academic upskill, reskill. I would like to the government to announce about this kind of foresight scene. So I have only two kind of my vision is the first one, let all the kids to be not only independence, but let them to be in the interdependence, learn to live, learn to love, and also this kind of vision to make convincing about the country that we are going to. If you not change anything, suicidal and attempt suicide and all other things, riskier is much more. Thank you.
Thanks a lot ครับขออนุญาตถามน้องปริญญาศรีถ้าเราอยากให้ถ้าประเทศไทยไม่ทำอะไรเลยอีก10 ปีจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นแล้วเราอยากเห็นทำอะไรที่มันจะมีอนาคตที่ดีกับของเรา so understand my questions right go ahead
ถ้าอีก10 ปีข้างหน้ายังไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงหนูว่าคนจนมันก็ยังจนเหมือนเดิมค่ะมันจะไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงเลยเด็กก็จะหลุดออกจากการศึกษามากขึ้นการท้องในวัยเรียนจะกลายเป็นเรื่องปกติในชุมชนของหนูก็คือออกมาตั้งท้องมีลูกให้ได้เยอะที่สุดเพื่อที่จะให้เด็กได้ช่วยทำงานในบางพื้นที่มันมีความคิดประมาณนี้ค่ะใช่ค่ะหนูอยากให้ทุกท่านผู้ใหญ่ทุกท่านแล้วก็ทุกภาคส่วนทำให้เด็กไทยทุกพื้นที่ได้รับโอกาสทางการศึกษาที่ใกล้เคียงกันมากที่สุดเพราะหนูมองว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเกิดในตัวเมืองชนบทหรือพื้นที่ชายขอบเราต่างเป็นมนุษย์ที่มีความเท่าเทียมกันค่ะแล้วเขาก็ควรที่จะได้รับโอกาสทางการศึกษาที่เท่าเทียมกันด้วยค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
All right, so you hear that? So that's an excellent comment from Kun Prinya Siwi. So the key question is not only about addressing AI issues, so it's basically how to make education support the real problems of everybody in the society. So otherwise, after 10 years, it's going to be back to cannot attend the school, like get married, having lots of children, so children can help in agriculture. So basically, after all we spend, we couldn't help basic questions of how to improve life of people and reduce inequality. So that's what education is supposed to be, right? Kun Natanto, please. If we don't do anything in 10 years, and if we could do something.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, before Thailand is the land of smile, but now we are seeing less and less smile. You see people right on the street, just a simple staring, we can get killed nowadays. Just a simple honking, we can get killed nowadays. The violence is getting more and more. The suicide also more and more, as Dr. mentioned, more and more suicide. Addiction, more and more. So if we don't do anything, I'm using the law of cause and effect, the chain of cause and effect, the chain reaction that comes with energy. I'm not being pessimistic nor optimistic. Let's be realistic. If this energy keep going, what will happen in 10 years? I warned the whole world in 1999. But at that time, there was no issue of climate change. 1999, the issue was the end of millennium, the end of the world. But I tell them, don't worry, the world will not end. But do worry in the future. Hot will be hotter and hotter. Cold will be colder and colder. Human greed destroying the nature. Now we are seeing the consequences. And use the law, use the energy. How can we stop this energy? We cannot. Prepare the mind. My biggest concern, when the weather is hot, affect our body, body affect our temper. We get angry easily. Therefore, what we are seeing, people fighting on the street. Notice those who fight on the street, mostly rider. They were on the road, exposed by the sun, exposed by the heat already. So a tiny cause that connect with him, he doesn't like it, they just stop the motorcycle and beat up the people. What should we do if we don't do anything about this? And by the law, by the energy, the energy can only be transferred or transformed. If we don't start do anything of this negative energy caused by our negative emotion, i.e. rage, depression, so the energy will keep on flowing. What will be the consequences? So now what we do is to overcome the inequality in technology. Let's be realistic. Cannot. But let's develop, let's produce quality graduates, quality human beings. My girls that I save from human trafficking, they are orphan, broken home, poor, needy. I don't have the budget to buy them iPad. On every girls of them, I take about 15 to 20 girls per year. But I don't have any budget to give them any technology. But I have the quality education to develop, to make them a quality nursing. I give them the scholarship to study nursing assistant at Siam University. But I emphasize in discipline, morality, right, and wisdom. This is what I emphasize. So that when my girls graduate, my girls all in high demand at hospital across the country. Why? Because they know the quality of my graduates, right? So in education, if we develop the quality education doesn't have to be in technology. Quality of the mind. Let's develop their mind. When the mind developed by the law, their behavior, their moral will also develop. Using the law, using the energy. The law is the truth. The truth is the law. Teach our children the truth. Teach our students the law. Live by the truth. Live by the law. Don't live in delusion or don't live based on emotions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Kun Nisanat, please.
I support Ajan's point. You know, Thailand is the hub of meditation. A lot of Westerners come to Thailand to seek out for the practice, the right practice to get them out of suffering. Thailand's education system is one of the first in the world that embed meditation in the classrooms, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, maybe more? At present, the Western, they adapt and they adjust it and they make it their package. Some call it .B in the UK, some call it social emotional learning. Columbia adopted self-awareness training, which original is Vipassana training. And I have to graduate from there, having to take hundreds of hours of meditation training to get the master degree. If Westerners already see that this is the best medicine ever for mankind, and we have it, and it's the original in our country, why not bring it and package it and make it worldwide, make it the hub, the pioneer in mental education, since we are the starter in this field from way back when. And when people have very good mental discipline, they can adapt and adjust. So if some region, you don't have enough AI technology, the mind can adapt and adjust to the best learning. And if some other regions, you have more facility, the minds that have to adapt and adjust other challenges that come with more technology anyway. So then when people have strong mental education, we can overcome any challenges. So to conclude, I'm very proud to be among all of you because all of you vouch for human development. And the only way is to make Thailand the mental hub in mental education. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Kun Parit, you already addressed certain point I asked, but to conclude, if you don't do anything, what happens in 10 years? And what are your final remarks? From you?
Sure. If we don't do anything, what happens in 10 years? I think three things. One is we will become less competitive as an economy, because right now we are facing a double disadvantage on our demographics. On the one hand, with the low fertility rate, our workforce size in the future is going to decrease. And secondly, is our workforce is currently less productive than other countries in the world. So if we do nothing, then we are going to become less and less competitive as an economy. Secondly, if we do nothing on education, we're going to become more unequal as a society. If we cannot make high quality education something that is free and everyone be able to access, it will mean that we're leaving behind certain people, and inequality will breed inequality in future generations. And thirdly, I think if we do nothing, it also means that our country will become less attractive as a community as well. Because I think a good quality education is not just one that leads to functional skills, but it also leads to a society where everyone respects each other's rights, we embrace diversity, we stand up to injustice. So we cannot provide education that is good by that metric, then I think our country becomes less attractive as a community as well. So I think those are the three key implications. Now, to put concretely what we need to do in 10 years' time, I hope that in 10 years' time, if let's say I enter a time machine 10 years ahead, and I have just 1 minute to see what's happening in that society, if I look up on whatever version of Google exists then, I think we need to see 3 documents that have changed in 10 years. One is we need to see a new education bill that has been talked about but yet not passed through the line in Parliament. Secondly, we want to see a completely different way we allocate our budget. If you look at our annual budget document, go back 10 years' time, it will look almost exactly identical. We have not changed the way we allocate our budget at all, even though our problems have exacerbated. And thirdly, I think we want to see a new curriculum. If in 10 years' time we're still using the curriculum that hasn't been revised majorly since the introduction of the first iPhone, then I think we are in big trouble. So those are 3 documents that I think needs to be changed.
That's a great point. I'm just going by clockwise. There's no particular orders here. So next is Dr. Gandhi. Your final remarks on this issue?
Yeah, if we don't do anything, of course, the inequality will be is much worse than this in terms of jobs, economy, and also to society. It's going to be a very scary place. I'm from the Foresight Research. We actually have that scenario as well. The city would not look like this. We're going to live like a ghetto. The poor live among the poor. The infrastructure is really bad. The rich lives among the rich. And that's something that we don't want to end up with. So the inequality will come to the extreme if we do that. Second is aging society. You're 50. 10 years from now, you're still working, not because you're too diligent, that because we have no money, no choice, exactly. So that is the thing that we talk about, the quality of the societies that we're gonna end up with. Next, looking at the way that we're gonna once again, living through the vicious cycle of job seekers. People keep learning, keep on getting degrees, but those degrees doesn't really build a real competitiveness. It's more like a degree that you get, end up with AI doing the stuff, and you get bachelor degree, master degree, even PhD all around the street, but they can't really perform the job. So that would be the inflated of degree. So 3 things that as a scenario. But follow on to Kunprit earlier, what if I have a time machine along with them and I tag along with you, what I like to see in the future that I feel like would be the good indicator, besides what he just mentioned, I would like to look at the number of new jobs being created. If the number of jobs, it got to be new jobs, the new job, high salary jobs that are being created by the Thai society, by the Thai students, by the Thai people. And that something talks about the development of the economy itself, the development of the society, and the development of opportunity and access to equal opportunity in the society itself. Yeah.
Great comments. So next, Dr. Jom Hattaya Sanit ครับ
Okay, if the Thai education does not change 10 years, like I very support all the comments earlier because we will face the lost generation. The workforce will completely detach from the digital economy. It's leading to the deep social inequality and economic stagnation. This will be the scenario that it will be occur if we does not change. But for the Ministry of Education and the Education Council, we try very hard to shift our education system, because as I said earlier in the first session, that we come with the new direction, that we think that like Mr. Parit said and Dr. Oh said, and many people said, now our infrastructure, education infrastructure, it's very poor. Like the Dr. Oh said, in the National Education Plan, it's 20 years plan. We plan at the year 2017 that every schools in Thailand must have the high-speed internet at 30 megabits. But now, as Nong said, many areas does not have the internet, right? So that we like to change this and we like to shift this to a better system. But doing that, the Ministry of Education cannot do this alone. So that the partnership is very important. Now we have a lot of partners working together with us, like the Connect ED, the Partnership School, the Teach for Thailand, many partners working with us. And these partnerships will bring prosper for the education. Because now, as we are talking about the AI platform, many agencies try to develop, create an AI platform, right? As Dr. Oh said, it's spends a lot of money, billion of bahts, million of bahts. So that many agencies develop the AI platform, but it's not combined together, it's not worked together, it's separate. We are working at our own silo. But the partnership things can break the silo and work together. And I think it's the most important things that Thailand have to work together to shift out the education system and make it like Dr. Parit said. Now the Minister of Education aside the Office of Education and the EEF working on the new budget formula to make sure that the educational financial is based on the need-based allocation, not per head as we are now. And the final one that I want to address is we are now going to the world that we cannot, we don't know what's going to happen, right? It's very fast changing. We have to equip ourselves, our students, our kids, that with the, I think it's the human skill. It's very important. The human skill for me, it's add up to our delegates. It's combined with the 3E, the empathy, the first E, empathy. The second one is emotional intelligence. It's very important. And the third one is ethics. And this is very crucial for the people that have to survive in these circumstances. Thank you very much.
Time's running out. I have 3 more people. Let's try to, Dr. Pide, please.
Okay, thank you very much. If we don't change in our education, I believe even in the next 10 years, 20 years, we will be here and talk about inequalities and about the gaps of accessibility of the high quality of education. And also, absolutely, there will be a wider gap of the mismatch between like the outcome of graduates and the needs of the market, for sure. So, and absolutely, at the end, Thailand will not be able to compete with other countries, and we will talk about why our ranking has dropped compared to other countries. So just my comment that I would like to see. I think the first is about the clear vision of the Thailand education. What we want to offer education and what the end of the outcomes. I want to see the clear vision that we want to groom our graduates to become the global citizens, whether it's going to be international program or Thai programs, and how we're going to design the Thai global citizens as the outcomes and design the programs, educational program, to make sure that we can reach those outcomes. The Thai global citizens who are job ready and also can contribute to society. So from that vision, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think the key factors that we have to consider is about the design of the Thailand education supply chain, or whatever that we're going to name, to make sure that we have the journey of our students from beginning, primary school, high school, and higher education, until they can become lifelong learners, because they have to keep learning. So that design have to include all important stakeholders, because education is not just in the classroom, it's not just at schools or university. Parents and employers and the communities have to involve and clearly understand how they can become a part of the success of education. So that is the first comment. The second is inequality of education. I believe that nowadays the technology is ready. It's really ready, infrastructure ready. Most of the people have device and the internet connected. So I think we have to consider how to use technology to first increase accessibility of education, or the high quality of education, and increase flexibility of high quality of education. And the third is increase the personalized learning. So we can even consider how we can have software in the term of the content. We have the good teacher, and how we can develop those content to become national content that all the people in Thailand can access. And I think the technology is there to help to educate students and reduce the inequality of education. And the last that I would like to see is continuity and consistency and the commitment, because I have been in education for like over 20 years. And when government change, minister change, policy change, and initiative change. So that means we spend a lot of budget on some things that we cannot continue to see the end of the outcomes. So I would like all the partner or the stakeholder working together to make sure we have the strong vision, clear vision, and we moving together and continue to improve our education. And this is not the role of the private or the public, but all the role that we have to work together. So PPP, so private public partnership that we can work together. Thank you.
Okay. Don't want to cut it short, but it seems like you have the last two people with very limited time.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we should to focus in something in case of the vocational school. Now I think that Thailand is a very crisis about this because vocational skill cannot support about the industrial now. Because you know that when I was young, I think that I willing to study in a vocational skill, but now it's a big difference because the parents cannot send about the student to the vocational skill because the level of the people to separate in the skill of the vocational skill and about the university skill. I think that the government should to have about the policy to clearly about the policy to adapt or to show about the vocational skill to ensure about the parent to send the student to learn in the vocational skill because you know that in the near future about the new skill are about the in case of the longevity skill or the many things about the environmental skill have to affect in the Thailand or in the world. We have the good chance to make about the new skill. But in case of vocational school, if we can set about the good vocational skill, about the government have to show why to ensure that the parent to send the student to the vocational skill and to upgrade about not learn to earn, but learn to love for life. Thank you.
Okay, last person, start with students, close with students.
Okay, I will make sure I keep it short. So I understand that reforming education system takes time, resources, and also many stakeholders. So as a younger generations, we can't rely on these system alone, but we must adapt ourselves too. So I would say, I would give like some tips to younger generations. So maybe they're listening to me during like Facebook Live or YouTube Live, or maybe like this video may catch them in the futures. So my tips would be, never stop dreaming. I feel like there's just lots of limitations all around the world right now, and don't let these limitations limit your full potentials. And I feel like every dream is possible, and I stand here because I never stop dreaming too. So thank you.
Very good conclusions. So finally, it's come to an end. We spent a very long time discussing about these serious problems, and I would like to thank everyone for making this highly productive and positive step forward our countries. I'd like to conclude that Thailand needs a system that develops capable, adaptable, ethical, and globally competitive citizens. So education is not only about ministry issues. So it is an economic issues, a competitiveness issues, a social issues, and ultimately a national development issues. So the future of Thailand will not be determined by the resource we need outside, but by the capability with our people. So I'd like to discuss to finish the discussion today. So this is the Nation Visionary Club Beyond the Classroom, Thai Educational Beyond Borders. So thanks for your attention. So this wonderful panel cannot happen without sponsorship. So thanks, Jaren Pokapan Group, Muang Thai Insurance Public Company Limited, Face Crisis with a Smile, The Mall Group, MFEC Public Company Limited, Bangkok Expressway and Metro Public Company Limited or BM. And definitely the nations. Thanks for having me and having this wonderful panelists. And thanks for every audience on the online channel, both from Facebook and YouTube. And have a wonderful night. Thanks a lot for coming today. All right, thanks a lot. All right, so that's final of my job. I'm Dr. Thirathon Tharachai. I'd like this panel to be, you take something back and be something to thought about. Thanks a lot. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ